Okay, so this video is going to be our entry for Curt Jaimungal's Core 1, what is it, Competition for Outstanding Research Explanation Contest. Reason why are we making this video? There are a number of reasons. The first is that Curt specifically, I spoke with him and told him I was going to make a video, so I'm kind of committed to doing it. And if you actually watch the video where he introduced this contest, he did mention he wants explainers on the Cobordism hypothesis in particular. So I'm kind of obligated to do this now. The other reason is that, as you can see, there are many entries into this contest, and many of them have not been particularly good. There are some better ones that have popped up so far, but most of them are not great, and we're going to try and raise the bar a little. A disclaimer from the outset, what does not count as a valid entry? Core is for explaining established concepts from peer-reviewed literature, not presenting original theories, personal cosmologies, or speculative frameworks. If your video proposes a novel theory rather than explaining existing research, it falls outside Core's scope. Entries should demonstrate engagement with existing scholarly work. We're kind of borderline, so there are obviously over 100 citations in this research to existing literature, but this is my interpretation of the Cobordism hypothesis, and parts of it are a little speculative. We'll see how tolerant the judges are. If it gets disqualified, that's on me. All right, we start off in the introduction, and I purposely use two quotes here that will become apparent as we go through the paper. The first one is from the ending of Matthias Felaisen's On the Expressive Power of Programming Languages. In the long run, we hope some theory of language expressiveness develops into a formal theory of the programming language design space. And the second one is from Ed Witten, Topological Quantum Field Theory. A twisted version of four-dimensional supersymmetric gauge theory is formulated, and you might think, what is the connection here? And by the end of the paper, it will become rather apparent. The following work constructs a geometric model of computation. The gap between computer science and physics has been a long-standing one. While various attempts to bridge the divide have been made over the years, a full resolution remains out of reach. On the one hand, familiar models of computation are fundamentally discrete, while much of the symmetries observed in fundamental physics are continuous. So are the laws of physics truly computable? Penrose and others have argued that certain key physical and cognitive phenomena may elude algorithmic description. By contrast, mainstream practice treats numerical approximation on a continuum as acceptable. Here we bridge this divide. And this just outlines basically what we're going to do. And it's a bit much, but we'll get it done. Section 1 constructs a geometric substrate from manifolds built out of helices. Section 2 introduces the main objects of the paper, as well as the central result, a conservation law for computational behavior. Section 3 studies the algebraic behavior as we move toward increasingly fluid and gauge-like regimes. And Section 4 situates the framework within a broader categorical and physical setting. We outline connections to current research in quantum physics, along with a broader interpretation of quantum theory in light of our results. In the end, we remain hopeful that a new form of constructive computational gauge theory may provide a way forward in the study of non-perturbative field theory. Our task, by its nature, is a work of synthesis as much as rigor. If its scope sometimes appears unruly, or its exposition occasionally ventures beyond traditional boundaries, it is only because the questions at hand resist treatment by standard means. I have aimed for clarity without sacrificing depth. So if arguments sometimes feel unconventional, well, I hope patient reading and engagement will reward the effort. Because ultimately my intent is not to assert authority, but to invite the reader to explore together an unexpected landscape that may in time help reshape our understanding of computation itself. Okay, so basically to start with, the first section is really just mostly boilerplate for constructing the underlying manifold. We're going to use tubular helices in this paper as our base manifold. So here are all the parameters. You don't have to, I'm not going to go through all the math. It's there if you want to go through it. Basically, we are going to create a tubular body in the shape of a smooth chiral manifold, and we are going to do a little bit of differential topology to start off with. We're going to cap it off at the end to make the entire manifold completely smooth. We separate the abstract topology of the object from its embedded geometric realization. Abstractly, a capped finite helix is a compact, smooth three-manifold diffeomorphic to the three-ball with the embedded base disk and a distinguished core arc. We start in R3. We're going to do a little bit of basic differential geometry to start off here. Chirality. A subset is said to have chirality if it is not properly congruent to its mirror image. Equivalently, O is chiral if for every reflection R across a plane in Rn there exists no proper isometry, i.e. orientation preserving Euclidean motion, such that G of O equals to R of O. We say helices may possess either left-handed or right-handed chirality. Helix is left-handed if H is less than 0 and right-handed if H is greater than 0. We're going to start with a little basic example based on Archimedean spirals. Essentially, say two Archimedean spirals with distinct centers in the same pitch can intersect to form a C0 curve with matching phase if and if they only have opposite chirality. This is the proof. I'm not going to go through it because it's a little bit, it's mostly just to start to illustrate something that becomes apparent later. This is sort of the visual if you want to look at it. The main thing to pay attention here is the remark, this illustrates a fundamental principle in geometric design. Adding a simple local constraint such as matching phase can enforce a relationship between the curve's global properties. Chirality, in this case, seemingly mild phase matching condition, is sufficient to rule out a connection entirely for same chirality spirals with offset centers. Okay, next section, twin helical manifolds. Okay, we define binary orientation of helices. Let H be a helix in R3 with an axis of symmetry parallel to the z-axis. The orientation of H is defined by the monotonicity of its z-coordinate. We say helices may be upwards oriented or downwards oriented. This produces the basic type 1 configuration with two helices. The remaining types are obtained from the model by applying the Euclidean isometries recorded in the final column. Definition, twin helical manifold. Let HA and HB be volumetric helices, and let B sub HA and B of B sub HB be their distinguished base disks given a diffeomorphism is the quotient between them. This defines the abstract manifold by gluing along their bases. In the present paper, we take F to be the identity in natural cylindrical coordinates. Okay, now what are we doing here? This is basically a little bit of fancy differential topology to make sure that the resulting manifolds don't blow up on us, because depending on how you glue them, there's a little bit of an offset. The main thing to note is that the spline is not part of the abstract definition. The main definition, twin helical manifold and unit helices. A THM consists of two embedded helical surfaces whose boundary circles are identified along a smooth annulus A congruent to S times I with orientation matched so that the resulting subset is a smooth submanifold. A connection restricts smoothly across A. Its curvature F is bounded. The two helices composing a single THM are named unit helices. By combining different chiralities and orientations, we define a family of four geometric canonical manifolds denoted THM4. Basically, this is what it looks like. When you have two helices in opposing versus same chiralities and orientations, you end up with these two. Half of them have a certain axiality, and the other half have the same axiality. I came up with in type 1, type 2, 3, and 4 here. The mnemonic is type 1 is sort of an orb-like figure. Type 2 has this kind of twisted pair, a sort of self-intersecting form. Type 3, where you have opposing orientations, is kind of this sort of symmetrical flow. And that was type 3. Type 4 is same orientation, same chirality. You end up with this sort of co-propagating twins, as I like to call it. However, you end up with an obstruction lemma, which is, what was it? Right, the twin helix intersection lemma. No twin helical manifold whose unit helices with turns greater than half, sharing both axial alignment orientation and opposing chirality, can exist without intersection in R3. The proof is here. Basically, this is just fairly standard, like undergraduate level differential geometry. I'm not going to go over it, but it's fairly basically by the intermediate value theorem. Since f of t is continuous on the interval, this interval has at least 2 pi, then it's mathematically impossible to choose a constant angular phase offset that avoids intersection on type 2. The explanation actually goes back to a pretty old paper in the 1940s. In R3, a closed orientable surface has a normal line bundle demanding a global 2 frame over constraints codimension 1. This matches the general Whitney paradigm. Every smooth 2 manifold embeds in R4, and the extra normal direction carries the required framing. There is something to note: chirality rule reversal between 2 and 3-dimensional gluing. A curious but systemic reversal occurs when one passes from planar setting spirals to helices. The data must be matched at an intersection that consists of a position, unit, tangent, and sign curvature. Because curvature is only first order invariant beyond the tangent, one free phase parameter suffices to adjust the magnitude but not its sign. Consequently, 2 offset spirals can be C0 glued if their curvature signs are opposite. In the spatial setting, helices, a space curve, adds a second scalar invariant whose sign records the right-handed versus left-handed screw motion. The gluing constraints now depend on the relative placement of the helical axes. This is the proof. It's basically goes, you have 2 cases, coaxial versus offset. The main remark is, you can read the proof. I won't be going over it, but passing from R2 to R3 promotes the matching problem from a 1-jet to a 2-jet bundle. The curvature sign is now unsigned, while torsion becomes the relevant orientation datum. Whether this new constraint binds or is absorbed by an extra phase degree of freedom hinges on the axial configuration. If you're wondering why I'm paying so much attention to axiality here. Anyway, enough differential geometry. We're now going to go into the algebra. Proposition: the group of transformations generated by the chirality swap and orientation swap operators is isomorphic to the Klein 4 group V4. This is what the computation looks like. Again, this is basic, just sort of undergraduate group theory. No one has ever done this computation before, and it's going to become very apparent why. Table 2 of, I have a bit of an error here. I'll have to get rid of that. Table 2 of the calculated FSG progressions via the GAP. That's a piece of software for calculating group theory, is defined below. The group progression is V4, D4, C24, and then adding more generators gives you to this sort of group progression into non-abelian. In addition, it goes up to group 256, so it gets pretty big pretty fast. For our purposes here, we do not require the full symmetry group, so the explicit relations are left to further investigation. We're going to impose a bit of regularity conditions here. Basically, depending on the computational regime you work in, it is generally sufficient that the geometric state be C1 in the abelian regimes that are going to define, and the non-abelian regimes will require probably, we say, at least C2. And I want to make a disclaimer that this is something I've come up with. Definitions and regularity conditions are subject to change in the future. It is what it is. I'm making this video at a certain point in time, and that's just how, when you define sort of new kind of models of computation, things are subject to change. The main remark is geometric computation must be regular enough for its update rules to be well defined. In the symbolic and quasi-fluidic bands, this usually means controlling tangent and phase data. In the higher regimes, curvature and higher order structure enter directly, forcing stronger regularity assumptions. Okay, Chapter 2, Geometrically Computable Manifolds. We now begin construction of a Turing machine from a lattice of THM. The feasibility of this approach rests on the fact that a twin helix, unlike most manifolds, provides a rich but controlled symmetry space. It is precisely because most well-known shapes in this metric possess too much symmetry, they fail to offer the structural asymmetry needed for computational behavior. The twin helix breaks this impasse. Geometrically computable manifolds, a GCM, is the following data: a smooth manifold, a state bundle, interfaces, an evolution law. So a smooth manifold that conforms to the smooth conditions as above, a fiber bundle with finite dimensional fibers. The global section is defined as such. Discrete, symbolic, toroidal, phase, and integer value components may all live in the fiber. A set of interfaces, and an evolution law in either discrete or continuous time. In either case, evolution is non-singular. It exists for all steps / times on admissible initial states and remains in a fixed finite energy subset of E. What a GCM is. A GCM is a manifold that can encode its computable properties. A single twin helix can qualify as a GCM. A lattice of THM is also a GCM, just with more computing capacity. We call G a GCM when its evolution is local, interface-driven, and closed under composition. Finite products of such systems and gluing along matched interfaces yield new systems of the same kind. Okay, section 2.2, geobits, bits, geometric bits in state space. Definition: geometric bits, symbolic and enriched. Fix an ambient manifold region in a twin helix template H, a pair of embedded tubular helices together with a framing. Let embedded framing H of M denote the set of framed embeddings modulo ambient isotopy that preserves the actual framing and scale R0 so that radius and orientation remain part of the state. I'm not going to go through all of this, but basically this is a bunch of math that allows us to encode the above fiber bundle into a set of compact data. Depending on how you define the embedding, it can be either chirality and orientation or chirality orientation and additional quantized charges. It'll become apparent a little later in the paper why we are doing this. The main course happens here. For the time, we work in SSIM. Now, let H1, H2, H3, H4 maps to 00011011. Yes, officer. Here's where it happened. Here's where I made the fatal mistake that ruined humanity's understanding of computation forever. Where H of n is the configuration from the THM symmetry defined schema in table 1, preserving the order of the original type chart. We assign bit values based on symmetry. If the chirality and orientation are the same, we assign bit value 1. If they differ, assign 0. This yields a total of 2 bits per configuration. Basically, capacity. The total capacity depends, again, on the finite symmetry group. If you have order 16, you end up with 4 bits. If you have order 4, you end up with 2 bits. If we restrict ourselves to the orientation, we end up with 1 bit. If we go for a non-abelian group, in this case was, I think, C2 cross C4, we end up with 3 bits. This leads to a key structural pattern. Let O act on the finite label set L. If O equals to C2n acts by independent flips with a free action, then the capacity is n bits. When O is non-abelian, typical elements introduce larger stabilizers and merge labels across conjugate directions. Consequently, the capacity becomes smaller than the maximum order. Why the focus on abelian versus non-abelian groups? In an abelian group, every state can be constructed as the direct sum of independent generators. Thus, every geobit state is uniquely addressable by an n-tuple over C2n. There are no collisions. By contrast, non-abelian group acts less cleanly. It mixes states. Orbits form conjugation and subgroup stabilizers. The full state space becomes quotient-like. This distinction becomes crucial when interpreting a GCM as a computational substrate. Abelian structure maximizes symbolic resolution. while non-abelian structure imposes constraints that must be managed or exploited. And it also says, yes, the embedding dimension is such that all geometric configurations can be realized as not on self-intersecting submanifolds in Euclidean space. Basically, you cannot have a helix intersect in on itself. Group orders beyond 6 do not increase the state space in a computable sense. Table 5 compares geobits with their close cousin. This is just a comparison between a geobit and a qubit. Qubits are, basically probabilistic. Geobits are not. The key feature is coherence and entanglement are central, whereas with a geobit, robustness is tied to analog stability. Geometric kets. Basically, this is just a little bit of notation that allows us to map in the above finite symmetry groups into, oops, a little too far, into data. So similar to how you would normally use a qubit array, and here we just use regular bits. And optionally, say you can define a coarse projection, C24 to C22, such that you project down from, say, C24 to V4, and the resulting ket would become 1, coming from 1101. Okay, section 2.3, the GCM lattice. GCM lattice is a finite or locally finite assembly of GCMs arranged over a graph. Formally, it is the data as such. Again, it's somewhat, basically, this is just an upgrade of the regular GCM to now we're using update rules. The architecture of geometric computability is decidedly a non-von Neumann one. A geometric lattice is required to compute programs that are not trivial, since one can't discretely read out results on a single GCM with symbolic or quasi-fluidic computation. Not without a projection layer or a symbolic slice. In a GCM, there is no separation of program and data, no instruction pointer, no fetch, decode, execute cycle. The geometry is the computation. Computation is intrinsic, continuous, and spatially distributed. While one can clearly see similarity to cellular automata in the discrete case, parallels can be drawn to neural fields or reaction diffusion systems if an outside example is required. Okay, section 2.4, achieving Turing completeness in R4. Basically, what are we doing here? We're just showing that you can embed arbitrary size finite state machines into a helix. And we have a comparison table between classical versus geometric computation. In classical computation, you manipulate strings, tapes, registers, and graphs of discrete symbols. In geometric computation, you manipulate embedded geometric manifolds arranged in a lattice network. And there are, of course, a bunch of other comparisons to be made here you can read. The computational viewpoint is really what matters. Computation is manipulation of discrete symbols versus computation is evolution of structured geometry with symbolic data recovered as a readout of the substrate. That is the core point of really the paper, as we will see. Okay, a one-dimensional geometric lattice whose cells are THM4 can simulate Rule 110. This is the famous result from Wolfram's NKS that basically shows that cellular automata are in fact Turing complete. Surprisingly, when cellular automata were first created by von Neumann in the early 50s, I believe, it wasn't until half a century later someone was able to actually prove that even just with a single spatially distributed sort of lattice network, you can achieve Turing completeness. So yeah, basically the client for group already gives you more than enough data to run a standard Turing machine. But as you're going to see, Turing completeness is the floor in our framework, not the ceiling. Okay, section 2.5, the shape of computation. A classical bit is modeled as a two-point discrete state space, while a qubit has a continuous state space, that mainly the block sphere. A geobit, by contrast, does not come equipped with a unique ambient state manifold of this kind. Its state space is determined only up to a code-chosen encoding. One may represent the same symbolic transition structure by different Cayley graphs, polytopes, or orthogonal symmetry representations. We're going to prove a little bit of math right here. A faithful embedding of the symmetry group C24 requires at least SO5. Why prove this will become apparent later. But basically, here is the proof. It follows that every elementary abelian 2 subgroup of SON has a rank at most n-1. C24 cannot embed in SO2. On the other hand, SO5 has the one diagonal sign subgroup as such, so the bound is sharp. And this is just the representation of the Cayley graph. And this is what it would look like if you represented it spherically using what is it? I don't recall what this is called, but it's a spherical tessellation, yeah. Okay. In particular, the shape of a geobit is not canonical as established. V4, whose Cayley graph admits a simple three-dimensional rendering. The main point is here. Remark, the tetral appearance of the V4 state space is notable in light of Baez's discussion of the quantum tetrahedron, where similar state collapses were noted. In the present setting, however, the tetrahedral structure arises purely from combinatorial symbolic transitions rather than from spin network quantization. We return to issues of state space comparison in section 4.3. So, the quantum tetrahedron in 3 and 4 dimensions by John Baez and John Barrett. What to say here? When it says, an analysis of this result yields a geometrical explanation for the otherwise puzzling fact that the quantum tetrahedron has more degrees in 3 dimensions than 4. Right, so this is John Baez. He is a famous mathematician from UC Riverside, and let's just say we're going to be getting very familiar with Professor Baez's work as we progress into the landscape of GCT. The quantum tetrahedron, for those of you who are not familiar with research into quantum gravity, is a sort of canonical way to do sort of the canonical quantization in loop quantum gravity. We'll return to loop quantum gravity later, but this is sort of one of the fundamental building blocks of loop quantum gravity. Okay, section 2.6, the logic of geometry. In a GCM, logic may be encoded geometrically rather than symbolically. The most basic mechanism is orientation. Once a preferred axis has been fixed, the phase of a helix around that axis determines a logical value. This determines a passage from binary logic to finite n-ary logic. Okay, what's going on here is that basically we are thresholding the state space of a U1 symmetry group into a separate bin, so you can compute with arbitrary subgroups of SO2. When n equals to 2, this recovers binary logic. You can switch up to n-ary logic by switching the angle of the helix. Table 7 organizes a table of models. The chart of n-logics. Geometric expressiveness, will come to this later. But basically, this is where we start to see the appearance of the regimes. Under full U1 rotational symmetry, we achieve algebraic fuzzy analog logic flow. Under arbitrary subgroup rotations, you have finite n-ary logic. Under C2, we have Boolean logic as above. Under C1, we'll explain this later, you have geometric chaotic analog flow. That comes much later. And under diff-M, you have computational gauge field. A spectrum of physical logic. From the computational point of view, lower order cyclic logics occupy a stable region, enough discrete algebraic structure to support verification and symbolic composition while still allowing genuinely geometric realizations. At one extreme, a U1 limit becomes an abelian phase medium. On the other, the loss of usable discrete closure drives the system towards geometric or chaotic analog behavior. In this sense, Boolean logic is a kind of logical habitable zone. Hence, even in an idealized noiseless world, n-ary logical computers are sandwiched between two analog extremes. Okay, so we're going to start to pay attention to the gluing maps. The reason will become obvious later. The passage from C1 to larger cyclic groups and finally to U1 exhibits a systemic trade-off. Increasing the rotational symmetry enlarges the continuity of the orientation channel, but at the same time restricts the available shape space and weakens finite algebraic closure. So as you increase remember we are now rotating the helices against themselves, which modifies the total variation in the tubular cross-section depending on how you glue them. And this is basically what it looks like under, sort of Boolean logic. You have many more degrees of freedom here. And under full rotation, you have no degrees of freedom. This is how the progression looks. The geometric logic conservation lemma. Basically, we're introducing a conservation law based on the gluing constraints of the embedded manifolds. And the essential point is that the symmetry of the system's configuration space directly produces an invariant quantity in the system's dynamics. Every symmetry break in topology introduces a logical ambiguity and vice versa. Though we are only in the initial regime of computation, we will eventually encounter higher order manifolds that devolve into pure fluidic computability, leaving discrete logic altogether and entering increasingly abstract and chaotic forms of analog computation. So the result is, let C denote the complexity of the induced algebra and E the corresponding measure of geometric expressiveness. The proof is done here. Definition, geometric expressiveness at a finite cutoff. Using a little bit of basically Fourier analysis, and we prove this conservation law. We define geometric expressiveness as f of nk divided by f of k. For a fixed cutoff k, in particular, it decreases monotonistically as n goes to 0. Full rotational symmetry forces the radial function to be constant, hence the cross-section is a circle. Proof satisfies r theta plus 2 pi divided by n equals to r0 for all theta. Then only those Fourier modes with divisible frequency by n may remain. Hence the allowed Fourier modes are as such. And this basically reduces to a circle. This is the essential phenomenon as the size of the rotational symmetry group grows. Even as the symmetry group becomes continuous, the system's logic remains identical to its geometry. This is the core idea behind geometric computation and why such systems are not limited to discrete operations. So that is dealing with orientation. This is now we deal with chirality. Let's see denote a class of frame geometric configurations with a chiral observable. The chirality logic is +1, -1, or 0. 0 denotes the non-chiral or degenerate locus where the chiral invariant vanishes. We'll see this later in illustration. Basically, you end up with a degenerate helix that is just sort of a single straight tube. When the value 0 is admitted as a readable state space, chi logic is ternary. When the degenerate locus is excluded, it reduces to binary. Okay, the role of chirality. Unlike orientation, chirality is not n-ary phase coordinate. It is basically ternary. It's degenerate, right-handed, left-handed, and that's it. Okay, section 2.7, syntax, semantics, and computation. We now synthesize 3 convergent lines of thought alongside our geometric model. First, following Felazin's account of expressiveness, we distinguish micro from macro expressiveness, adding new local states versus genuinely global compositional power. Second, in the compositional semantics process of categorical quantum mechanics, we're going to borrow some tools from resource theory. Third, we use our own GCMs and decorated paths. Macrostates are equivalent classes of geometric computational microstates. Macro expression corresponds to traversing or constructing new geometric cobordisms. And finally, in the spirit of bias and stays Rosetta Stone perspectives on physics, topology, logic, and computation, we regard computation itself as a process theory. Objects are interfaces, morphisms are computations, and composition is gluing. In this language, the familiar trade-offs become geometric categorical phenomena rather than informal slogans. We do not merely interpret computation using geometry, we construct the geometry of computation itself. The following definitions guide our landscape. Microexpression. A language is microexpressive with respect to a base language if it can be mechanically translated. The extension is syntactic sugar, not added power. Macroexpression. A language is macroexpressive if it enables programs to control abstractions that cannot be obtained from the base language by any mechanical or structure-preserving translation. Formally, there exists a P and L dash such that no equivalent P0 and L can be constructed by a uniform semantics preserving translation. Felazin's framework makes this distinction precise and operational, and we adopt it as the semantic backbone for what follows. Just as in programming, where some features create behaviors not reducible to simpler forms, gluing submanifolds can create new topological invariants only if the gluing is smooth. As systems grow more complex, obstructions to smooth composition proliferate, paralleling the limits of macro expression in computation. There's actually a footnote. It says, the geometric mismatches noted earlier explain why, in the language of Feynman diagrams, certain gluings can fail. The logic of the Cobordisms must agree. Remember, when you can only glue when the underlying cross-sections are smooth. Definition, verifiability. Basically, verifiability is the ability to verify how many non-trivial properties of programs. High verifiability corresponds to systems where global or local properties can be decided by construction. Low verifiability signals the presence of undecidable, chaotic, or non-algorithmic behavior. Tractability. Tractability is a bit of an odd one. Tractability is the property that there exists a procedure, algorithmic or semantic, to execute, evaluate a statement program configuration with sort of feasible computational resources. For humans to understand, reason about, or verify the intent or behavior without overwhelming cognitive complexity. More precisely, a problem or decision is tractable if it can be decided or realized with computational resources bounded by a polynomial function of input size. A system is tractable if most of its intended computations and processes fall within human or machine manageable complexity. With these parts in place, we can now macro express a new theorem. Conjecture 2.6, expressiveness verifiability tractability hypothesis. The conjecture formally comprises two parts. Unverifiability of macro-expressive systems. Any sufficiently macro-expressive system of physical computation generically loses global algorithmic verifiability unless additional structural constraints are imposed. Expressiveness verifiability tractability trilemma. Within such a system, every deterministic computational model is fundamentally constrained by a three-way trade-off among expressiveness, geometric or semantic generality, verifiability, algebraic checkability or formal runtime assurance, and tractability, algorithmic or computational efficiency. These attributes shall satisfy the following trilemma. No system can simultaneously maximize all three properties. For any given model, at most two of the three can be optimized beyond a critical threshold, while the third must necessarily be sacrificed. Formally, the achievable combinations of these properties are bounded by a two-dimensional simplex in the space of attributes. The precise trade-off is determined by the system's local symmetries and structural constraints. This is the central motivating result of this work. We take the phenomenon isolated in Lemma 2.5 and generalize it from our geometric setting to physical deterministic computation more broadly. The claim is not that all computation is uniformly irreducible or that undecidability appears by mere complexity or by use of a particular alphabet. Rather, we claim there is a structural threshold in the design space of deterministic computational substrates. The first half of the EVT hypothesis should be read as a selection principle on substrate classes. It identifies which structural features drive a computational system toward global semantic opacity and which restrictions recover verifiability. Later, we will give a more precise definition of macro-expressiveness. For now, the term must be understood informally in the sense suggested by Felizin. A substrate is macro-expressive when it supports genuinely new global compositional behavior rather than merely new local notation. Why macro-expression? Felizin's distinction between micro and macro-expressiveness is essential for our purposes because the present framework is not restricted from the outset to digital syntax, natural number objects, or Turing-style encodings. If one begins directly with clean-style machinery, one has already assumed a symbolic regime rich enough to support self-interpretation. Our problem is prior to that. We need a language for describing when a physical or geometric substrate acquires genuinely new global computational power independently of whether that power is presented discretely, continuously, or in mixed form. Felizin provides exactly this level of abstraction. His notion of macro-expressiveness isolates those extensions that do not merely add more local states or notation, but enlarge the global compositional possibilities of the system itself. This is the right conceptual tool for our purposes because the onset of undecidability in our setting is not driven by the size of the local alphabet, nor by the mere richness of local geometry, but by the appearance of new global forms of composition. In our framework, this occurs precisely at the transition into non-abelian regimes, where order-sensitive transport, path dependence, and conjugation-sensitive observables become available. It is crucial to distinguish between state-based and expressive notions. A microstate is a local configuration of the substrate, a specific geometric, algebraic, or dynamical arrangement. A macrostate, by contrast, it is an equivalence class of such configurations under observational or symmetry relations relevant to the model. Thus, the micro-macro distinction is ontic or configurational. It concerns what states the system can occupy and how those states are grouped. The distinction between micro and macro expression is different. It is operational and compositional. Micro expression concerns the creation of new local states. Macro expression concerns the introduction of genuinely new global compositional freedoms. New ways of combining processes, building observables that cannot be reduced to what the previous regime by a uniform local transition. Why alphabet size is not the issue. Recall the spectrum of n logics generated from join symmetry in table 7. That's back here. Let's see, what is it? It is tempting to attribute the ubiquity of undecidability to binary logic alone. A two-symbol alphabet offers high compositional freedom while imposing very little algebraic discipline. But the arity of the local alphabet is not the source of the Rice-style barrier. This is driven by macro-expressiveness, not by the number of local symbols. In principle, one could seek to purchase more verifiability in hardware by enforcing a richer local symbolic structure. In practice, device physics, Norse margins, and error correction heavily favor binary encodings. More importantly, even when local alphabets are enriched, universality and semantic opacity reappear as soon as the substrate admits unrestricted global composition. To mitigate Rice in a principled way, one must withdraw some macro-expressive feature, forbid general recursion, impose linear affine discipline, or adopt total calculi. This is exactly how systems inspired by Quoquan's calculus of constructions recover semantic control. They do not eliminate local richness, but constrain the global forms of self-application and composition that would otherwise make undecidability ambient. The footnote here is, one may regard an n-ary geometric computer as a kind of hardware proof assistant. The local state space may be rich, but semantic control comes from global discipline, not alphabet size alone. Mathematics and computation are not symmetric. There is a genuine parallel here with Gödel's incompleteness theorem, though the two results live on different sides of the logic-computation divide. Gödel says that sufficiently strong recursively axiomatized theories cannot prove all true arithmetical statements. Rice says that for sufficiently expressive computational substrates, you cannot decide all non-trivial semantic properties. Both are powered by self-reference. The point of the EVT is not to collapse these theorems into one another, but to place Rice in the broader context of substrate design. Undecidability becomes generic not simply because Turing machines are strange, but because certain structural freedoms inevitably reactivate diagonalization. Rice's theorem feels harsher than Gödel's in practice. In mathematics, undecidability is often buffered by deliberate axiomatic discipline. Many working theories are complete or decidable, and even incomplete ones often permit large islands of stable reasoning. In computation, by contrast, the default architecture of universal systems collapses programs and data into a single semantic domain and allows unbounded self-application. That design choice places computation much closer to the edge of diagonalization than an ordinary mathematical practice. This is the real impedance mismatch between the two domains. It is not that computation is somehow metaphysically more dangerous than mathematics, but that mainstream computational models were deliberately engineered to maximize expressive freedom. Once one notices this, Rice no longer looks like an arbitrary theorem about machine languages. It looks like a warning label attached to a certain region of the design space. We don't need to go through all of this, but basically the main point is, in this sense, the claim is not that all interesting systems are irreducible. Rather, it is that certain architectural choices place a system in an irreducibility-like regime, while others, typing disciplines, totality restrictions, stage semantics, and strong normalization restore islands of semantic control. Okay, now we get to the more important part. The second half of the EVT hypothesis sheds light on the odd dual nature observed in functional programming languages. On the one hand, languages with strong static typing offer stronger compile time reasoning guarantees at the cost of meta-linguistic restrictions during construction, like Haskell. On the other hand, dynamically typed languages maximize meta-linguistic expressiveness at construction time, while giving up static guarantees at runtime and shifting assurances to testing and contracts, as in Scheme. Bridging attempts proceed along multiple axes. Gradual typing, as in typed racket, inserts types with higher-order contracts at typed/untyped boundaries, whereas staging, in languages like Meta-OCaml, separates compile time generation from runtime execution. From the proof theoretic direction, as in Qualcomm, total dependent type theories recover strong guarantees by forbidding general recursion. From the pragmatic language research side, Felizen shows how untyped codebases can be migrated towards sound types via occurrence typing and higher order contrast, at the cost of explicit blame and potential runtime overhead. An archetypical trade-off between metalinguistic freedom and verifiability. Here, the goal is not to reformalize the trilemma, but to show how the second half of the EVT manifests concretely in real design language. When expressive features are pushed far enough, the same structural tension repeatedly reappears in practice through a small number of recognizable engineering symptoms. The limits of expressive semantics. Bridges are inherently delicate. When many powerful features coexist, three recurring pressure points tend to appear. Static complexity. Extremely rich type features, general abstract data types, dependent types, can render inference undecidable, forcing annotations combining dependency with effects or threatening phase separation unless carefully constrained. Compile time liveliness. Macros or multi-stage generation can diverge at compile time. Expressive compile time evaluators reintroduce the very fixed phenomena the EVT warns about. Runtime boundaries. Gradual typing preserves type safety via contracts, but introduces blame and potentially unbounded overheads. Interoperation across typed-untyped modules trades static guarantees for dynamic checks. These are not accidents of particular implementations. They are manifestations of the EVT trade-off. Increased macro expressiveness strains global verifiability unless restrictions restore structure. Hence, an explicitly stated conservation law for physical computational behavior explains these difficulties. The reason this theorem has long gone unformulated is that the essential trade-off has long been hidden in plain sight. embedded in the very architecture of classical computation we all use in our day-to-day lives. The von Neumann architecture, by treating program and data uniformly and allowing maximal flexibility, enables extraordinary expressiveness. However, this flexibility comes at the cost of global verifiability. Reasoning about whole system properties becomes fragile, partial, or expensive, unless additional structure is imposed. When the hardware is instead fixed algebraically, restricting the set of possible states, operations, or transitions, the system gains predictability and becomes globally checkable, but loses expressive power. The trade-off does not assert a single conservation equality. There exist regimes in both classical, language-based, and physical, geometric computation with both low expressiveness and low verifiability. The infamous Turing-Tar pit, where everything is theoretically possible but practically inexpressible. The second half of the EVT is best read as a no free lunch inequality with phrases. Beyond a threshold of expressiveness, Rice-type barriers are pervasive, and to regain verifiability, one must withdraw some of that structure. Between these extremes lie transitional corridors in which small feature additions can cause qualitative shifts in what can be verified. Because these trade-offs depend on ambient structure, the EVT treats local symmetries of a model or architecture rather than postulating a single global invariant across all substrates. In a von Neumann setting, some of the most important local regularities are cognitive and conventional. Programming idioms, abstractions, and composition patterns introduce de facto invariants that temporarily abelianize parts of the system, while reflective and unrestricted features introduce non-commuting structure. Pushing too far past the barriers yields systems that remain formally expressive but become progressively less usable in physical and human practice. We will go into this because there's an entire separate paper that details this after this section. Removing barriers to viewing computation. Regarding tractability, the present paper intentionally abstracts away many ordinary engineering bottlenecks. In an idealized geometric regime, one may treat the substrate as reconfigurable enough that the sharp distinctions between hardware and program become less natural than in a fixed von Neumann architecture. This does not remove physical resource limits. Rather, it allows the expressiveness verifiability relation to be studied more directly, without collapsing into familiar questions about instruction sets, compilers, and implementation overhead. For this reason, the full trilemma is stated as such, but we do not pursue tractability in depth here. In the present paper, it functions chiefly as a reminder that human-built machines impose additional constraints beyond those intrinsic to the underlying geometric substrate. That is basically the glued manifolds. So in our GCM-based setting, the expressiveness verifiability relationship can be studied more transparently because there is no fixed separation between logic and memory of the usual von Neumann kind. A geometric lattice is an idealized non-von Neumann substrate defined directly in geometric and algebraic terms. By fusing logic and language into a single analog geometric object, one can see how the operational semantics deforms the computational substrate, and model how the algebraic closure group constrains the geometry with every increasing bit. This tension between expressive freedom and structural discipline is not unique to programming languages. It is a recurring theme whenever algebraic power begins to dominate geometric intuition. As Baez writes in Getting to the Bottom of Noether's Theorem, Atiyah warned us of the dangers of algebra. Algebra is to the geometer what you might call the Faustian offer. As you know, Faust in Goethe's story was offered whatever he wanted, in this case the love of a beautiful woman, by the devil in return for selling his soul. Algebra is the offer made by the devil to the mathematician. The devil says, I will give you this powerful machine. It will answer any question you like. All you need to do is give me your soul. Give up your geometry and you will have this marvelous machine. Baez notes, this is sometimes true. Algebra is more than a computational tool. It lets us express concepts in a clear and distilled way. We agree that the finest mathematics arises when algebra and geometry are brought into balance. But our contention here is that computation is one of the settings in which this balance becomes unusually unforgiving. Within an ordinary formal background such as the ZFC, geometry and algebra can coexist without tension, but once a geometric system is required to compute, the act of doing so, in our case the gluing, enforces constraints on how the flow can be structured. The bargain in this case is not rhetorical but structural, and the devil shall not be cheated. But why physics? It is reasonable for readers to ask why a theorem about computation is applied to a mathematical physics paper. Why do this? Two pragmatic reasons guide this choice. First, differential geometry and geometric analysis provide a language in which flows and variance and gluing are native. Variational principles, conservation laws, and well-poised evolution already live here. Second, many of the sharpest constraints on computation are actually physical. So a formulation that is testable against laboratory numerical practice is preferable to one that remains purely syntactic, though we will go into this. This does not diminish the interest of the EVT hypothesis for computer science, education, or philosophy of natural laws. Versions of the underlying tension appear in many domains. A few recurring patterns: logic and programming. As previously stated, total normal calculi gain verification power at the cost of general recursion. Reflexive metaprogramming gains flexibility at the cost of global guarantees. Numerics in PDEs. Stability constraints, e.g. CFL-type conditions, and structure-preserving schemes, symplectic integrators, enforce invariance but restrict admissible updates. Aggressive damping improves robustness while destroying time reversibility and fine invariance. Many-body field theory. Integral corners admit exact charges in factorization, but are measure zero in the parameter space. Generic regimes are expressive but analytically resistant. Undecidability phenomena such as the spectral gap underscore that some semantic properties of dynamics cannot be decided uniformly. But the most pressing applications of a computational selection principle are presently in quantum gravity and lattice gauge theory, where one must extract dynamics from large ongoing physical computations. The point here is basically that physics, despite its sort of large family of conservation laws, lacks an explicit bound on the simultaneous availability of global verifiability and unrestricted expressive power in physical information processing. There are various derisata for such a bound have been voiced. Calls for a Gödelization of a fundamental theory, and adjacent programs such as constructor theory have sought axioms phrased in terms of counterfactual capabilities. Our starting point diverges in ontologies but shares the motivation. The EVT hypothesis is proposed as a selection principle for the behavior and modeling of computational processes. Physical computation is not substrate-independent magic. It is a gauge-constrained flow carried by a geometric substrate with invariant quantities and resource monotones that cannot be simultaneously optimized without limit. From this viewpoint, the structures that make computation possible are as consequential as the extensional outcomes. Any physical theory of computation should, at minimum, respect this geometric constraint. Okay, what was that all about? That's a bit of a difficult one to explain. Why the shift into programming languages? I'm going to come back and we're going to take a bit of a detour and we're going to go over the sort of thermodynamic boundary that we are attempting to model here, because it's a bit difficult and you can't really model it all that well with sort of standard complexity theory. So we had to create our sort of own little framework to get at it. So this is the companion paper that elaborates on the main trilemma that goes over in geometric computation. And that is expressiveness, verifiability, tractability toward a computational thermodynamics. Basically, this paper is a more traditional computer science-based paper that deals with the existence of what are the physical limits of how computational processes are allowed to behave. And I'm going to take a much more relaxed approach on this one. So, introduction. iSwim can be looked at as an attempt to deliver Lisp from its eponymous commitment to lists, its reputation for hand-to-mouth storage allocation, the hardware-dependent flavor of its pedagogy, its heavy bracketing, and its compromises with tradition. Peter Landin, The Next 700 Programming Languages. So this is a quote from a British computer scientist named Peter Landin, who, if you read Matthias Felaisen's On the Expressive Power of Programming Languages, which was referenced in the beginning of our paper, he cites, when does he cite? Yes, he cites Landin at the beginning. Landin was the first to propose the development of a formal framework for comparing programming languages. He studied the relationship between programming and constructs and began to classify some essential and syntactic sugar. To really understand geometric computation, you have to read Felaisen's, I believe this was his doctoral thesis, where he basically talks about how you compare expressiveness across programming language regimes. I'm not going to go over all of it here. It's just something that I think people should pay attention to, and it helps with understanding sort of GCT. We'll go over it in our own paper, but we'll start with what are the physical limits of how computational processes can behave? Can we make the perfect programming language? Programming languages are often introduced as notational conveniences for describing the same class of computable functions. That perspective is correct but incomplete. In practice, as languages differ sharply in runtime behavior. So we're going to define three measures more formally now that we pointed to originally, but now we're going to go more in depth. Expressiveness via macros. Landin's program, as we said, was the canonical starting point. Later, Felaisen made Landin's original framework more rigorous and sort of gave birth to later work, which we'll go over. The second measure would be verifiability. Basically, how many non-trivial properties of a program can you verify prior to and during to running it? In parallel, type systems provide a spectrum of partial static truth, from practical polymorphism to foundational dependent type theories in which propositions are types and programs are proofs. Yet types do not magically eliminate limits, they relocate them. Strengthening a system to express richer properties tends to increase the proof burden, complicate inference, or require more semantic meta-theory. The third is tractability, and as I said, tractability is a bit difficult because we're not relying on standard complexity theory. So classical complexity theory focuses on the hardness of decision problems, whereas our concern is the cost profile induced by a language and its tooling, elaboration, compilation, evaluation, and verification, together with proxies for human understanding or control. We adopt tractability in a weaker but more general sense, not that all programs run fast, but the language-induced overhead of elaboration, evaluation, and verification remains controlled. This paper is about the joint boundary between these programs, the tension between expressiveness, verifiability, and tractability. For this triangle of constraints, we define a kind of thermodynamic boundary. And here's sort of how it works. A motivating example, CAP. So a useful inspiration comes from network partitions. If you're familiar with Brewer's theorem, CAP basically says you can only have, consistency, what is the CAP theorem? I always mess it up. The CAP theorem. A distributed database can only provide consistency, availability, and partition tolerance simultaneously. So this is basically like the CAP theorem, but for programming languages. Okay, we restate the sort of the trilemma. You can also restate it. You can also restate the trilemma in sort of more standard thermodynamic language. There exists a theoretical upper bound in the feasible region of language designs. Beyond that boundary, no language can simultaneously increase expressive and verifiability while retaining the soundness of its verification discipline, compiler tractability, and human comprehensibility. This has already basically been discussed. Operational reading. We're going to define 3 measures here: consistency failure, compilability failure, and comprehensibility failure. These will become a little more apparent later. For the time, we're just going to take them as standard. The second law of programming thermodynamics. In a sufficiently expressive regime, increasing verifiability induces an entropic loss in expressiveness and vice versa. The trade-off is directional and cannot in general be reversed without some form of external intervention, e.g. restricting the language, strengthening automation, or using oracles. The second law asserts a directional coupling between E and V once expressiveness is above a threshold. In that regime, turning up verifiability typically means introducing restrictions, annotations, or proof obligations that reduce what can be expressed directly or reduce what can be expressed tractably. And the third law basically says, this is essentially an absolute zero phenomenon. Maximal verifiability essentially forces you toward something that is not a programming language, essentially termination by design. Triviality is the zero expressiveness is unattainable. If we idealize maximal verifiability as demanding a large class of semantic questions be decidable, then classical undecidability pressures force severe restrictions on behavior. Totality / strong normalization is a principled route. It makes definitional equality and proof checking tractable, but it also includes many expressive phenomena that rely on general recursion or unrestricted effects. A system with literal zero expressive power is best viewed as a kind of degenerate logic. So the trilemma provides a local abstraction, and the laws are a sort of global packaging. What is expressive power? If we only ask which functions a language can compute, then most real languages collapse into a kind of equivalence class, but expressiveness allows for a more fine-grained classification about when something is globally a new composition versus just syntactic sugar. Again, this is the starting point in Felizen's sense. We've already gone over this a bit, but I'm not going to go over this as much. Essentially, if you want to understand the kind of measures of expressiveness, it's all sort of here. Program, context, and contextual equivalence, macro eliminating translations, the main micro versus macro expression, continuation passing style. We'll do on this. CPS is a whole program restructuring. It changes the shape of essentially every subterm and threads an extra continuation argument throughout, and typically requires global administrative reduction. Sabry and Felizen's analysis of continuation passing style explicitly highlights this phenomenon. What is verifiability? Informally, it's the extent to which a language admits effective, scalable methods for establishing semantic properties of programs before they run. This includes safety properties, does not go wrong, representation invariance, effect discipline claims, no mutation occurs, and richer functional correctness assertions. Again, I'm going over this is a little bit too computer sciencey for me to kind of go over entirely in the video. It gets difficult into type theory. If you want to go into it, it is what it is. But basically, well-typed programs do not get stuck, and evaluation preserves typing. There are different spectrums on the verifiability regime. On the one hand, you have automatic type checking via the Hindley-Miller style polymorphism. You have expressive regimes that rely more on linear types. And you have proof-carrying regimes like, as I said, Quacon's calculus of construction. These are used in modern proof assistants like Quack and Lean. From our standpoint, this spectrum suggests a 3-part decomposition of verifiability. What is the spec expressivity, mechanizability, and cost? What is the human cost of producing or checking certificates at scale? We isolate we isolate a couple of measures here, and the intention this is intentionally minimal. It does not require inference to be decidable nor completeness with respect to external specification language. Then we get to tractability. Tractability is a bit odd. It's not, as I said, decision problems. It's broader. It's the end-to-end cost of using a language as a human tool. A language can be Turing complete while still being tractable in the sense that the induced overhead is still, while still being tractable in the sense that the overhead induced by the language and its verification discipline remains controlled. These are the sort of things. I'll have links to the papers in the description. You can go over them. You can check the measures. We don't entirely, we're going to go over these a bit later. We're not going to go over these really. Okay, we're going to quickly cover the first half of the relationship between Rice's theorem and macro expression. Rice's theorem is a central point in our landscape, and we are deliberate about what is being claimed here. We do not need to reprove Rice's theorem, nor do we claim a new undecidability result. Rather, we isolate a schema under which Rice-like undecidability is the generic case. So the main thing we need to care about is Rice schema standard. Let psi of E be an acceptable programming system as defined above. For every non-trivial extension property P, the partial computable functions, the index set is undecidable. Proof sketch standard. This is Rice's theorem. One reduces the halting problem to I of P by constructing using clean a program whose extensional behavior switches between two partial fixed functions depending on whether a chosen machine halts. The key point is that the extensionality forces any purported decision procedure to be sensitive to semantic behavior. The contribution here is not a new decidability theorem. It is a design level claim about when Rice becomes the default abstraction. Many macro expressive mechanisms are precisely the kinds of features that, when combined with code as data, push a system toward an acceptable programming system regime. When these premises hold, Rice-style undecidability applies to a broad class of global extensional questions. And this is also not computational irreducibility. This is not Wolfram, is all I want to say. CI is something very different. You can always run a program to see its behavior. EVT is more about how many properties can be decided prior to running it. We now get to the sort of main portion of what we've been getting at. So throughout this section, keep in mind the guardrails. Consistency, accepted proofs correspond to true semantic claims. Compilability, type checking is controlled. And comprehensibility. The system retains reusable as a human interface rather than an opaque proof search engine. So, loss of consistency. A Gödel type system. A Gödel type system is a type system in which the proof language is computationally universal in a way that meaningfully interacts with the typing definition equality. The name is meant to invoke Gödelian diagonalization. Once sufficiently strong self-reference and computation are internalized, some combination of decidability, completeness, and consistency must fail. We define a Gödel type system as let T be a type system with a distinguished false empty type, and let the Curry-Howard reading and let false be the Curry-Howard reading. We call T a Gödel type system if there is a computable map as such from Turing machines such that when T of M of X is inhabited in T, it implies M alts on input X. Equivalently, the inhabitation problem for T is at least as hard as the halting problem. Even relatively disciplined polymorphic calculi already exhibit typability type-checking problems in Curry-style formulations. A Gödel type systems are the maximal version of this phenomenon. Once inhabitation can encode halting, no sound and complete mechanical verifier for inhabitation can exist. This is the realm of a language where one can express quickly, compile fast, and understand easily, only to be met with the situation where they then must remark, hold on a second, why did my proof of 1 equals to 0 pass type checking? The danger zone is precisely the language is simultaneously expressive enough that non-trivial computation can be encoded at the type level and engineered for fast, predictable checking with a simple mental model. Under these pressures, systems frequently solve the conflict by silently weakening the meaning of proof accepted by becoming unsound. Okay, here is how it basically works. Essentially, you basically have high expressiveness at the type level. You end up with general computation inside the proof, and you end up with loss of normalization. Example would be here, Kwok versus Idris on type safety. Proof assistance based on normalization enforce termination guardedness conditions precisely to prevent the above theorem. Kwok's kernel uses a syntactically guarded structural recursion criterion rather than admitting unrestricted fixed points. But what if we allow general recursion at the proof level? Imagine we write something like this in a dependently typed language without a totality discipline. Loop false, loop equals to loop. This defines a proof that false is just itself. Once you have loop false, you can write explode A, explode equals to case loop of set. This is the principle of explosion. From bottom tack, one can produce anything. In other words, once proving false is inhabited, every proposition becomes provable and the proof system collapses. A more formal version is the Curry paradox, if you're familiar with this. I don't need to go into this. The sort of example already illustrates this. Basically, type theoretic analogs. Type theories encounter Curry-like self-reference preferences whenever they blur critical stratifications, yielding Girard-Hooken-style paradoxes that prove false. Modern proof assistants, therefore, pay an explicit complexity tax to remain sound. This failure mode is the cautionary tale behind the first law. If one wants a language that is easy to write and understand, a compiler that runs fast and predictably, and also type-level expressiveness, they are constantly tempted toward Gödelian constructions. Either general recursion sneaks into the proofs, or self-reference / imperativity, impredicativity collapses the stratification that keeps the logic consistent. Unless one imposes strong guardrails, the system becomes unsound. In summary, the type system eats the language. Okay, loss of comprehensibility. Rice's revenge occurs when a language's sophistication exceeds its user base. A natural objection to the EVT is this: if a type system is powerful enough, why can we not have maximal expressiveness and maximal verifiability simultaneously? Wouldn't paradoxes or non-termination automatically prevent a system from becoming too perfect? Why must we introduce a third, seemingly opaque axis about human brains? The missing point is that verification is not a free property one that adds on top of a language. It is itself a language of certificates, together with a kernel that checks them. Once a system is sufficiently expressive, the certificate language becomes a programming language in its own right, with its own search problems, with its own size blowups and usability constraints. In other words, rich specs, rich proof objects, someone must build them. If the compiler builds them, we risk the Tarski compiler. If the compiler accepts them without adequate checking, we risk the Gödel type system. The remaining option is that the programmer builds them, and this is where comprehensibility becomes a hard constraint rather than a cosmetic one. This is the third failure state. It arises when we insist on consistency and compilability. The only remaining place for the irreducible difficulty to go is the user. Okay, basically what happens in Rice's revenge? We outline a minimal formal model. So here, Rice's theorem says that every non-trivial extensional semantic property of a program is undecidable. Rice is classically stated for partial computable functions. The moral transfers directly. Once a specification language is rich enough to express non-trivial behavioral claims, there is no general procedure that can infer those claims. This yields the revenge. If one wants consistency and compilability in a highly expressive verification regime, then one cannot hide the semantic difficulty in the compiler. The difficulty reappears as proof burden and annotation burden for the human. This is the proof sketch. You can go over it if you want. The more important point is the core mechanism of the failure. In a system that remains correct and compiler friendly, the missing work manifests as explicit proof structure. To illustrate this, let us consider the construction of a hypothetically maximally verifiable and maximally expressive programming language. Introducing MaxLang. Design slogan: MaxLang aims to be maximally expressive, maximally verifiable, and compiler friendly. The kernel only checks certificates. It does not perform open-ended proof search. Here is a small program in MaxLang, not in the sense of printing a string, but performing a mundane task, sorting a list of integers. This is what happens when you try and create a sort of perfect system of computation. You essentially force the user to do all the work. There is nothing exotic about sorting. The burdensome part is that MaxLang forces every mundane function to carry a semantic specification, explicit proof terms, and explicit transports. The kernel remains small. The compilation remains predictable because the compiler is not searching for these proofs, but the surface language has become a proof engineering environment, even for tasks normal programmers expect to be one screen of code. In summary, the language eats the programmers, and these are all summarized in this table. Hence, for any sufficiently expressive language, there exists a bound on the combined achievable levels of expressiveness, verifiability, and comprehensibility. Pushing all three to their extremes leads to logical inconsistency, algorithmic intractability, or human cognitive overload. Section 2.4, Landon's Ghost, on hardware intolerance and expressivity. Even if it could be designed, MaxLang will likely never run on commodity hardware in the way general ordinary purpose languages do. Why might this be the case? Landon's remark about delivering Lisp from its hand-to-mouth storage allocation is but a clue. The expressive affordances of a language are never purely syntactic. They come with a runtime model that has a hardware footprint. Historically, when the footprint was large enough, it motivated building machines around the language. Hardware intolerance. We will call a language hardware tolerant if it admits efficient implementation on a stable commodity execution substrate, without requiring specific language microarchitectural support. Conversely, a language is hardware intolerant when its dominant costs are tied to semantic mechanisms that are poorly matched to the commodity substrate, so that acceptable performance requires extensive dynamic compilation machinery or specialized hardware support. So a good version of this is the Symbolics 3600 Lisp machine. These were special, purposely built machines made to run Lisp that had specific microarchitectural support for certain memory operations. Why the Lisp machine existed. The MIT Lisp machine project is the canonical example of hardware intolerance being treated as first-class design constraint. The goal was not merely to run Lisp at all, but to run it efficiently. The design philosophy is explicit in the literature. Lisp machines are high-level language computer architectures, where the boundary between language runtime and hardware is intentionally blurred. On that reading, Landon's warning is not aesthetic, it is architectural. Certain forms of expressivity create a pressure gradient toward bespoke execution support. But excluding computer history museums, retro hacker conventions, or perhaps the basements of various DARPA/Air Force research labs, one does not find working Lisp machines. Footnote here, the rumor that the Symbolics Lisp machine was the main backbone of the infamous Cold War era Star Wars program was in all likelihood an elaborate hoax perpetrated by early Usenet trolls. Modern commodity computing largely converged on a small number of ISA families and broadly RISC-like microarchitectural principles driven by VSLI design constraints, toolchain ecosystem lock-in, and economies of scale. Even when contemporary CPUs are not purely RISC in an ISA sense, Their performance envelope is dominated by a standardized substrate, pipelines, caches, branch predictors, SMID, and memory hierarchy organized for common workloads. In such an environment, languages that demand unusual runtime services must either simulate them in software or accept large factors. Um, yes, and Peter Kogi. Obviously, we have to mention Peter Kogi. A complementary perspective comes from Kogi's textbook, The Architecture of Symbolic Computers, where he sort of goes over how this all works. This is precisely the sense in which highly expressive symbolic substrates can become hardware intolerant. The more the language shifts computation into rich runtime structure, the more the machine must effectively internalize that structure to execute it efficiently. Maxlang pushes the pressure to the limit. Maxlang is intentionally designed to maximize expressiveness and verifiability, but note what this means operationally. Expressiveness pushes semantic phenomenon into the language. Verifiability pushes obligations into the static world. The combined result is that the program is no longer an instruction stream. It is a coupled object, code plus certificates, plus a meta level that may compute with those certificates. At this point, the classical separation between compile and run becomes unstable. One principled way to see this is through program specialization. Compilation can be viewed as specializing an interpreter to a fixed source program, aka Fudorama's perspective. When the semantic apparatus is simple, specialization yields a stable target. When semantic apparatus includes rich meta-level computation and proof-relevant evaluation, efficient execution looks increasingly like specializing the evaluator itself. In this limit, each program induces its own optimal abstract machine. This is the precise sense in which every program defines its own hardware. Not that literal silicon must be fabricated per program, but that a fixed universal substrate becomes a poor match. The endpoint is either a tower of staging, just-in-time compilation, or specialization machinery that effectively synthesizes a program-specific execution strategy, or reconfigurable computing where the instruction set is itself a residual artifact of compilation. Either way, the notion of a universal processor that runs Maxlang efficiently for all programs is aspirational rather than realistic. Taken together, they explain why a universal do-what-I-mean compiler cannot exist. A compiler that is asked to be both reflexive and semantically omniscient is being asked for a truth predicate over its own behavioral universe. On the physical side, there are genuine thermodynamic limits on information processing, i.e. Landauer's principle. We invoke such results only as a reminder that computation is not free. Unbounded elaboration, proof normalization, and meta-level execution are not merely theoretical inconveniences. They collide with finite time, energy, and memory. Landon's warning upgraded. Landon's grumblings about Lisp's appetites read today like a warning about the whole maximal language fantasy. In the Maxlang limit, the appetite is no longer just for heap cells. It is for compilation efforts, proof artifacts, and meta-level computation. And in an era of LLM-aided programming where abstraction layers can be generated faster than they can be understood, the pressure toward hardware-intolerant semantics is stronger rather than weaker. Okay, modeling expressiveness versus verifiability trade-offs. I'm not going to go deep into this section. If you want to read it, you can read it. But how you actually construct a sort of partial order to sort of like model how you kind of increase expressiveness, reducing verifiability, what the endpoints are, it's fairly technical sort of CS stuff, which it gets a little bit too far away from the sort of physics focus of the main video. Go over it again if you want. But basically, we kind of like define partial orders and sort of show how going past certain aspects as enumerated here causes basically the programming languages to behave badly. I'll continue on with section 4.6, Turing-Tarpit, because this is mentioned in the main paper, and it sort of requires certain explanation for people that are unfamiliar with this concept. So, as elaborated previously, The EVT trilemma does not assert a conservation equality in the form of high expressiveness implies low verifiability in all regimes. In particular, there exist computational regimes with both low expressiveness and low verifiability. Herein lies the infamous Turing tar pit, a setting in which everything is possible and in principle, often Turing completeness, but very little is practically expressible or maintainable. The classic slogan is due to Perlis: beware the Turing tar pit, in which everything is possible, but nothing of interest is easy. The point is that a language can still be universal without being very useful. Shell scripting languages like Bash are kind of an example of this, as well as esoteric languages like Malbolge. You can look it up if you want. It's basically a kind of a esoteric programming language designed to make people's lives miserable. The tar pit clarifies what failure modes are not. Gödel-Tarski-Rice style failures concern what happens when one pushes toward the upper right boundary while trying to maintain the 3 C's. Most languages live far from that boundary. They trade away maximal verification expressiveness to remain usable and implementable. The Turing tar pit reminds us that low E and low V regimes are common. The 3 boundary failure states remind us that pushing up and right towards simultaneous high expressiveness and high verifiability encounters structural limits. Most programming languages tend to be either very high E, low V, like Lisp, high E, low E, like high V, low E, like Haskell or OCaml, ML style languages. And you have your sort of balanced regimes like C++ and Rust. Empirical placement is future work. Basically, a serious quantitative account of where languages lie requires operational measures. These are important, but fundamentally orthogonal. Basically, our point here is to prove that these kinds of bounds exist. As far as classifying cartography of languages, that's not the point. Attack vectors around the EVT. Can you basically cheat my trilemma? The answer is probably not. This is, again, this is more very complicated kind of CS type theory engineering. A little bit beyond scope. Can go into it if you want. How people try to kind of cheat. It's not really possible. And even if someone did try to cheat, you could enforce an additional condition if the design is k-local, whether type inference fails on a program. Then there exists a correction that can be derived or diagnosed using only O of k lines of local context. Takeaway: cheating strategies mostly change where the cost appears. In the compiler, the proof artifacts are the user's head. The EVT is precisely the claim that beyond certain barriers, you cannot afford paying it somewhere. The more important point, which we'll come back to later, comes more so now we move into physical computation. As established above, global total normalizing calculi gain verification power at the cost of general recursion, while reflection and metaprogramming gain flexibility at the cost of global guarantees. What are other formalisms that exhibit this trade-off? The main one we're going to go into is lattice gauge theory. Lattice gauge theory provides a particularly clear case study. It is a computational formalism for non-perturbative quantum field theory. One discretizes a space-time, integrates over large configuration spaces, and attempts to recover continuum observables with controlled systemic errors. In EVT-like translation, expressiveness corresponds to the richness of the model dynamics. Verifiability corresponds to the ability to make controlled claims, continuum extrapolations, finite volume systematics, controlled renormalization, and such. Tractability corresponds to whether the resulting computation is feasible. Sampling, mixing, time, variance, and asymptotic cost as one approaches physically relevant regimes. The point is not that lattice gauge theory is a programming language. It is not, but that it is a structured computational pipeline whose costs and guarantees interact in systemic ways. Where the wall appears. As one pushes toward physically faithful regimes, costs can deteriorate sharply. A well-known obstruction is the critical slowing down toward the continuum limit. Autocorrelation times grow rapidly, and the slowest modes are often topological, leading to a severe sampling difficulties and topological freezing in practice. The second obstruction would be the sign problem for many fermionic systems, for which a generic cure would imply polynomial time solutions to NP-hard problems. Troyer and Wise formalize this as NP-hard. They're not mere implementation bugs. They behave like thermodynamic walls in which, in the computational sense, we're increasing model fidelity and maintaining controlled errors drive the required resources out of practical reach. EVT-style moral. The pattern is reminiscent of the earlier burden-shifting failure narratives. One can maintain correctness and verifiability while retaining a rich expressive model class, but the irreducible difficulty reappears as exploding computational costs and method burden. The working physicist pays the price in algorithmic sophistication and computational budgets, even when the underlying formalism remains conceptually clean. Relief valves, structure, and geometry. There are, of course, important exceptions where new relief changes the computational landscape. The amplituhedron program is a striking example. By exploiting special symmetry and restricting to a highly structured corner, it recasts certain scattering amplitude computations in terms of positive geometry, dramatically reorganizing and often simplifying what looks like combinatorially explosive and standard representations. From the EVT perspective, the lesson is not that geometry magically defeats complexity, but that tractability is recovered by moving toward a more structured subregime. One shades generality of the theory class for a representation in which verification and computation become more coherent. This is the sense in which lattice gauge theory supports a broader computational thermodynamics viewpoint. When a formalism is simultaneously expressive and verification-driven, some notion of computational feasibility typically becomes the limiting resource, and genuine breakthroughs often come from finding hidden structure that effectively reduces the state space one must traverse. Okay, I'm going to skip the other two examples because they're not really relevant to the video. Again, you can read them. Resource theory. This is, again, going back to the original paper, why I mentioned resource theory as one of the inspirations for this. Basically, how you would actually formalize this. One possible way is that you could use resource theory. There are other ways to do this. But I will say that this is sort of the issue that myself and a couple other people have on kind of computational complexity theory. The question is, if computational complexity theory exists, why create the EVT hypothesis? What is the point? The point is that computational complexity theory does not capture the social cost and the intellectual burden of working within certain specific forms of physical computation. So you essentially need something more akin to kind of higher category theory, resource theory, to sort of like understand the actual physical costs of how these forms of physical computation actually work. It's not to say that computational complexity theory isn't important. I think it's an important tool. But computational complexity theory specifically abstracts away many of the burdens we really wish to capture in a theory of physical computation. So the closing remark here is that proving the expressiveness verifiability trade-off for finite state von Neumann or geometric models, as in such, this proof took me probably about a couple hours and fits on one page. Whereas doing this on von Neumann architecture, this is already a 35-page paper just to even state the problem. So yeah, on non-von Neumann or geometric models is an exercise suitable for graduate coursework. Extending the result to full von Neumann architectures and modeling the transition between programming languages is a realm of doctoral dissertations or collaborations between professional research mathematicians and computer scientists with backgrounds in human-computer interaction. But to prove the general EVT hypothesis at the categorical level, capturing all forms of computation, digital or analog, well, that would require insight worthy of a Fields Medal. The point is, I've read this as kind of, here's the mountain, here's how, what needs to be climbed. But to be honest, I'm not really in a huge rush to actually formalize and prove the underlying trilemma. It's it may not even really need to be proved. I mean, I've left it as a challenge, but frankly, it works perfectly fine as a guiding principle, as we're going to see later on in the main paper. And I'm not the sort of person whose original instinct is to sort of immediately reach for the proof hammer. As Feynman said, I think was it, to paraphrase what he said, roughly, we know a lot more than we can prove. So, okay, returning back to the main paper, we're now come to Chapter 3, Abelian Gauge Dynamics and Phase Geometry. Recent work on the computability and complexity of fluid flows, together with Tau's conjectural program on universality phenomena for Euler equations, highlights a reoccurring theme. Continuous media can support computation, but often through dynamics whose analytic behavior is difficult to control. In this section, we introduce the quasi-fluidic band of an abelian gauge mode of computation. Informally, a geometric lattice of cells whose internal degrees of freedom carry abelian phase data, typically U1, or a finite cyclic approximation. As established earlier, a geometric computer is neither a Turing machine nor a quantum computer. Quantum computation is organized around a global state vector and coherence constraints. Locality and scaling are mediated by entanglement. By contrast, a GL scales by composition. Cells are wired together by interfaces and boundary conditions, and the operative degrees of freedom are abelian phases and discrete readouts that compose functorially across the lattice. There are no complex amplitudes and no Born rule collapse. Instead, one Ridge gauge invariant features of geometry. As a motivating example, consider the classic experiment in which a hose filled with running water is placed across a vibrating speaker. The resulting jet forms a visible oscillating pattern. The driving frequency controls coil tightness, amplitude controls the spiral radius, and phase controls the initial offset. This is the instructive caricature of the quasi-fluidic regime. Periodic forcing induces an effective U1 phase across a geometric substrate, and the observable shape provides a coarse readout of that phase. In the language adopted later, the phase offset belongs to the T layer, while the winding and twist correspond to the quantized Z invariants. Discrete readouts arise from coarse partitions of these quantities. Helical and twisted structures appear here not as an aesthetic choice, but as an energetically natural carriers of phase and twist under periodic driving. A visual demonstration by Bruspup makes this phenomenon concrete. Computational geometric Bordism. The vibrating hose experiment may be viewed as an analog of a computational geometric Bordism, a smooth evolution mediating between boundary conditions, fixed endpoints, imposed frequency, initial and final configurations. Here, the Bordism is internal to the geometry of the evolving flow, and the computable content is not the PDE solution itself, but the stable gauge invariant features one can read from it. We'll go over a later section on this, but basically, I look. This is what a Bordism is in real life. Again, we'll go back over this later. The difference between a standard topological cobordism and a geometric cobordism, there's a bit of a distinction to be managed. And yes, I did put a semi-meme reference in the paper. It is what it is. Proposition. The geometric topology of a GCM constrains its information-bearing degrees of freedom. Unlike in classical computation, where bit is treated as an absolute context-free primitive, the notion of a geobit is always specified with respect to a readout map on the underlying state space. Concretely, one fixes an observable or coarse graining, and then reads off the invariant quantities. This does not mean the quasi-fluidic regime is vague. In many ways, it has already appeared implicitly. Even in earlier symbolic constructions, evolution was driven by an explicit accent stream on finite geometric labels. This is the core principle of GCT. Computation is realized by local deterministic transition structure rather than by solving global differential equations. Section 3.1, a new kind of computation. A central motivation of GCT is to avoid the classical reliance on global PDE evolution as the definition of computation over continuous media, fluids, fields, elastic bodies. As Tao has repeatedly emphasized, even well-poised PDE models may develop loss of regularity, extreme sensitivity to initial conditions, or finite time singular behavior. These analytic pathologies are not merely technicalities, but can become computationally relevant in unfavorable ways. The paradox of analog logic flow. Historically, analog and fluid devices exploited continuous physics to compute. Mechanical differential analyzers and wartime fire control machines demonstrate that a physical medium can implement non-trivial transforms. But this also exposes a basic paradox of analog logic. The computational substrate is not insulated from the mathematics it is tasked with realizing. If the governing model admits blow-up stiffness or chaotic amplification, then the physical device inherits the same fragility. In contrast to digital machines, which often fail noisily via discrete faults, analog computation can fail by gradual loss of identifiability. The state remains well-defined physically while becoming unreadable with respect to the intended encoding. GCT responds by shifting the focus of computability from solving equations to enforcing structure. A GCM is designed so that the fundamental computational step is local, deterministic at an interface, an equivariant transformation of a controlled state fiber. The ambient dynamics may be smooth, but the computation is carried by the admissible morphisms of the system. In a GL, the computer is the problem, and the problem is the solution. Accordingly, we do not attempt to compute Euler solutions by bit flips internal to the manifold. Rather, we encode logic into the topology phase structure and allowable deformations of embedded geometry, and we read outputs through fixed observables of that geometry. In the coming sections, we will model how complex behavior can emerge from simple shapes. This structural viewpoint is not without precedent. Gourley and collaborators, whose earlier work on nonlinear geometry and helices we will cite later, have recently advocated a related shift in applied modeling, replacing monolithic PDE descriptions by networked local interaction rules in neuroscience and biophysics. Their work illustrates how complex global behavior can arise from local coupling laws on a discrete architecture, providing a concrete example of how one may trade PDE-centric descriptions for robust computational dynamics. So if you want to go over Gourley's work, the video for this is The Troubled Brain, Aging and Dementia, where he, talks about the difference between continuous and discrete models and how you can replace sort of global partial differential equations with these more different discrete models. So we'll go to section 3.2, boundaries in quasi-fluidic GCMs. Basically, we define a set of regime change layers. Once you pass this particular layer where B is finite, we define, given a GCM where M is the fiber, you have B, Z, and T. B is typically finite. T is continuous, a compact abelian group, and Z is a finitely generated abelian group, recording twist, winding, linking numbers, or other topological charges. The main point is basically here. A system is symbolic when M equals to 0 and Z is static. It is purely fluidic when B is trivial and non-abelian holonomy appears. The quasi-fluidic band sits between these. It combines a finite discrete core with U1 type phases and integer topological counters, all governed by abelian symmetry. So basically what we're going to do here is we're going to derive electromagnetism. If you want a visual of what it basically looks like is an abelian phase field. The video for this would be electromagnetism as a gauge theory, or anyone who's ever taken a course on electromagnetism in college, physics, what have you. If you need visuals, this is just how it looks. And basically, this is us rederiving electromagnetism without using equations. We're not going to rely on equations. We're going to rely solely on geometry. The point is not just to sort of mimic a partial differential equation, it's to kind of define the initial conditions and sort of relax toward the solution. So you start with the lattice variables. You define a local gauge transformation at every point, under which gauge invariant phase difference is as such, modulo 2 pi is unchanged. In this sense, independence of local modules is a gauge choice, while couplings are encoded by delta ij. Define an interface functional, and then you say some sort of well-behaved evolution laws driven by gradient flow on a compact state space. Concretely, this yields the Euler-Lagrange equation, the Euler-Lagrange equations as components as such, and you relax toward gauge invariant consistency and low curvature, unless forced otherwise. So you're defining the sort of initial condition from the outset, defining the local gauge transforms, and slowly relaxing toward the solution. Equations 1 through 3 are not proposed as fundamental laws of GCT. They are a normal form for the abelian corridor, local couplings, compact phases, and gauge redundancy and dissipated relaxation. In particular, continuous flows of this type do not implement jump style updates by themselves. Any discrete computational layer is induced layer by readout partitioning. You can also do other things, auxiliary ODE variables, to obtain an explicit connection to Helix geometry. One may attach slowly varying bounded geometric parameters to each cell, effective radius scale, effective twist rate, effective length, and couple them to local energy density or phase local current. A simple choice is this. Again, this is interpretive. It's just sort of my take on how you can do this. Synchronization limit a Kuramoto reduction. And a special case of these dynamics is by restricting to nearest neighbor coupling on U1, you get a kind of Kuramoto type system. If you don't know what the Kuramoto system is, there are plenty. I would suggest reading the Wikipedia article on it. It's very interesting, kind of a kind of dynamics that appears under certain conditions. This is understood as a synchronization limit of the abelian gauge dynamics, not as the full semantics of the computation, but it describes the tendency of neighboring helices to phase lock under local coupling. Computationally, it captures the emergence of a shared clock or a coherent phase carrier across a region of the lattice. In particular, when the U1 corridor is used only as a transport layer, Kuramoto synchronization provides a natural mechanism by which continuous phase variables may stabilize before a stroboscopic readout is applied. So basically, how do you get back to sort of classical computability is, I won't go too much into this, it's just sort of there, is again, you go back and you use discrete binnings on the orientation layer of the helix using this sort of logic as we've defined it. And fix a quantizer, basically the abelian corridor, gauge redundancy, and you read out the resulting discrete modes in this kinds of kets. Again, this is under C24, V24. You can basically read out as much data as you want from the U1 corridor. It all depends on how finely you choose to quantize, again, as was said in the binning section. What is computed? In the quasi-fluidic corridor, the continuous dynamics are the physical substrate and the symbolic computation appears after sampling. And here's the issue. It is at this point necessary to issue some disclaimers regarding the use of full S1 state spaces, that is the U1 corridor. As established within the quasi-fluidic band, the omega logic layer may be taken as either a finite cyclic alphabet Cn or as a continuous phase U1. Passing to the full S1 limit is mathematically tidy. It's abelian and sort of compact. You get this nice sort of big kind of unrestricted flow. But it also oddly backfires by creating a regime with atypical EV trade-off behavior. The following remarks record the current hypothesis of the paper. Low geometric expressiveness. Pure U1 phase composition is commutative. As a result, sequencing power collapses. One cannot exploit non-commuting compositions to build richer path-dependent behavior, and the phase layer alone tends to support only limited families of smooth, energetically bounded dynamics. In this quarter, most of the computational complexity must therefore be carried by the discrete core B, or by leaving the abelian setting, we'll go into later. Low algebraic verifiability. Any finite readout must discretize phase. In the U1 corridor, near one phase evolution makes this discretization brittle. Small phase perturbations can move trajectories across readout boundaries, producing significant changes in the interdiscrete state. Moreover, phase locking reduces redundancy, weakening independent cross-checks. For these reasons, the U1 phase limit is best regarded as a critical corridor, visually orderly and analytically tractable, yet brittle under discretized readout, and shallow in purely geometric expressiveness unless supplemented by discrete structure. It serves as a staging layer for robust computation on B and as a boundary marker before the onset of genuinely non-abelian behavior. Basically, if you stay on the U1 corridor, you end up with most of the same problems that old analog computers had, where you have too many microstates and not enough error correction. So you end up with a kind of brittle form of real computation, which we'll go into later. Okay, section 3.4, application of Lie groupoids. Basically, as you move into the U1 sort of regime, you want to switch away from groups to groupoids. Basically, a groupoid is sort of like a group, but more flexible. A groupoid is viewed as a group in which every morphism is invertible. So you combine this with a kind of Lie structure where the groupoid itself is a smooth manifold. Lie groupoids are useful because they permit invertible morphisms. It makes them well suited to us whose computation is local, interface driven, and governed by admissible reversible moves rather than a single global symmetry. So we start with a S-decorated groupoid. We're defining new definitions because, like I said, we're working with a structured space where you have a topological space that is decorated by certain geometric structure. And this is just sort of, boilerplate that's introduced. The use of the term decorated follows modern geometric and categorical usage. Penner's paper that was written in the 1980s, punctured surfaces of decorated Teichmuller spaces, as well as Fong and Baez. The point is to enrich the computational structure with auxiliary data while preserving functorial composition. We now have the decorated fundamental groupoid, which is basically, the groupoid, the groupoid whose objects are points and whose paths, morphisms are paths between points in the space. So even when the decoration depends on an ordinary homotopy class, one may work with the usual fundamental groupoid. When the decoration depends on differential data such as connection or thin geometric transport, one should instead use the thin fundamental groupoid since such invariants are constant under thin homotopy. One need not factor through ordinary homotopy classes. For the purposes of geometric computation, we have a D2 times I gives us, B3, the ball. So even when the underlying space is contractible, thus the underlying space is contractible, its ordinary homotopy type is trivial, and the undecorated fundamental groupoid carries no non-trivial loop information. It means that the computationally relevant structure of a twin helix module is not encoded by the bare topology alone, but by the additional geometric data placed on it. Decorated loops. For fixed loop, one may define the contractible manifold as null homotopic in the ordinary sense. Nonetheless, it may carry non-trivial geometric data. For example, taking U1 times C3. One may define a decoration on a refined path groupoid by as such, where the first chosen component records the accumulated phase and the second records a chirality label determined by the chosen geometric structure. The preceding decorated picture is intentionally broad. However, when you get to the pure U1 regime, it basically narrows into a much more a kind of rigid structure as said above. You end in then to a S-decorated Lie groupoid, which is basically just the above upgraded. And you define a bunch of definitions. This basically, so in gauge theory, the natural object is not a set, it is actually a groupoid. So you end up with these groupoid-like structures that record the behavior when you are dealing with these kind of very sort of smooth commutative phases where you care really only about the kind of U1 behavior. We don't really care about chirality here. Chirality is not a separate state coordinate. The underlying helix suggests a preferred orientation for reading the link phase. Reversing that convention replaces U1 by its inverse. So the earlier symbolic label is absorbed into the orientation convention. We don't care about chirality in this particular regime. And for finite lambda, this is a finite dimensional Lie groupoid. Gauge invariants live on the quotient stack. The physically meaningful quantities in the quasi-fluidic abelian regime are the gauge invariant functions on MQF. So that's MQF modulo gauge. The groupoid records the gauge redundancy, that is, the equivalences of description rather than physical time evolution. Dynamics are an additional structure. The viewpoint adopted here is therefore two-tiered. At the general level, decorated groupoids package the local, geometric, and combinatorial data. At the quasi-fluidic abelian level, this broad picture reduces to a concrete U1 gauge groupoid whose arrows encode only local phase-framed redundancy. This distinction is intentional. Transcendental or geometric data may decorate computation in general, whereas the U1 corridor isolates the simplest smooth abelian core on which the later return map constructions are built. Then we have the extended Grothendieck homotopy hypothesis, which essentially just, extends the homotopy hypothesis to include this sort of edge case. If people want to say, am I saying that Grothendieck was wrong about the homotopy hypothesis? No, I'm not saying that Grothendieck was wrong about the homotopy hypothesis. There's nothing wrong with the homotopy hypothesis. In 99.9% of cases, it works completely well. There just happens to be an edge case where sort of you don't want weak homotopy equivalence, and this comes back later in the appendix, which we will go over. Decorated groupoids should not be viewed as replacements for ordinary homotopy types, but this suggests a possible enrichment of the homotopy hypothesis in which groupoids may be enriched with additional structure. A new bridge foreshadowed by Grothendieck's original vision. You can also define a homotopy computation as such, where the homotopy goes to here, and the readout trajectory is such. This definition is intentionally regime dependent in the symbolic regime, reduces to a path through a finite transition graph. It may be in the quasi-fluidic regime, it may be a more continuous phase. So the underlying idea specializes both discrete and continuous settings. Okay, Lie algebroids and Atiyah's linearization of flow. Readers from differential geometry may reasonably ask why we do not take Lie algebras and Lie brackets as the primary language throughout. The short answer is that our computational semantics is organized by global composable transport data, and that these are most naturally encoded at the groupoid level rather than by infinitesimal generators. Nothing here rejects the Lie algebraic viewpoint, rather it appears as a linearization chart. Given a Lie groupoid with arrows as such, the algebroid becomes this, whose brackets on sections encode for first-order commutator information on local bisections. This is the many-object analog of Lie algebra equals to infinitesimal Lie group. So whenever one restricts to a sufficiently smooth regime or a genuine local symmetry pseudogroup, you're getting outside groups now, can pass from the groupoid semantics to an algebroid bracket calculus. This is precisely the setting in which the Lie bracket formalism is maximally effective. It governs infinitesimal deformations of connections and local curvature evolution. The point of the algebra of flow is that you have local structure and then you have global structure. Knowing the local structure on one manifold doesn't automatically tell you the global structure on that manifold or on the lattice itself. So the point emphasized here is that many of the invariants relevant to computation are inherently global and persist under operations under which infinitesimal linearization is insufficient or not stable. Again, this work presents one homotopy theoretic reading and is offered in the hope that it will be refined, challenged, or extended by the broader community. This is just my reading. You don't have to take my word for it. It is what it is. Okay, section 3.6, connections and phase ledgers on a trivial helical bundle. As noted above, the helix is topologically trivial, but that does not mean the geometry is computationally trivial. This is the correct analog of the Aharonov-Bohm viewpoint. In the AB effect, the underlying space may be locally simple, while the physically meaningful information is carried by an accumulation of U1 connection around loops. The same lesson applies here. Even on a topologically trivial helical bundle, one may impose a phase field on the transverse circular directions in each cross-section, and the resulting loop integral defines a non-trivial U1 response. We therefore use the above product structure to isolate the abelian structure that will persist in later sections, an S1 valued phase accumulated around transverse circles in a fixed cross-section. In modern language, this is most naturally described by a U1 connection on a trivial circle bundle over such loops, equivalently a Hermitian line bundle with a unitary connection, although in the present discussion only the elementary notions of phase, curvature, and holonomy are required. As an organizational comparison, the product structure also means that local differential data may be written locally in coordinates. In this limited sense, one avoids the extra co-cycle bookkeeping what would arise on a genuinely non-trivial fibration, such as the hop fibration. Okay, so now we go into basically Aharonov math. You're essentially you're basically measuring how going around loops, even when the underlying geometry is trivial, the holonomy is not. And you're showing the associated holonomies satisfy the factorization law as such, equivalently writing it this way. One has UGL equals to U2, U1. Likewise, if f to the power of k, the curvature equals the potential, Stokes' theorem gives the... Okay, what's going on here? Basically, we are computing the abelian holonomy on bundles of, as said, D2 times I. And you're measuring how even when the underlying geometry is trivial, the holonomy is not. So the radial shear identity is such on a fixed transverse slice, you have D2 times Z0. For an R less 1 less than R2, let the following loops denote the circles of the radii, and let A of R1 be assigned to R1 times R2 times S1, denote the annulus between them. Equivalently, then you end up with this relation. Equivalently, the relative phase between the two radii is determined by the curvature flux through the annulus. In particular, if there is no radial shear, then the curvature on the annulus is independent of R. Proof. Okay, what's going on here? I will summarize as such. We take a transverse slice. The observable is not the potential itself, but the holonomy. If two radii have different holonomies, Stokes' theorem says the curvature is exactly the curvature flux through the annulus between them. This is the Aharonov-Bohm lesson in our language. The physically meaningful object is the accumulated transport and not the raw potential. And because you're still in sort of the U1 corridor, these multiply under gluing. So it's all commutative, which is, as I said, the associated holonomies satisfy this factorization law. And Stokes' theorem gives the additivity of flux, where F decomposes as such. So in the abelian U1 corridor, phase accumulation behaves exactly as a ledger. Holonomies multiply under composition, while curvature contributions add under. Okay, section 3.7, Langkretz's ghost. Helices are mathematical objects rich in dynamical variables, as explored in this section, whose properties interact synergistically but without the constraints of maximal symmetry. This flexibility has arguably obscured their structural significance. A helix is not merely a curve in space, but a framed-oriented one-manifold carrying axial and cyclic data. As earlier sections suggest, maximal symmetry tends to suppress geometric expressiveness, whereas physically useful computation requires enough asymmetry to support non-trivial state encoding and controlled transitions. Helices can dance with ones and zeros, but a sphere will never lie. The helix presents a unique challenge in mathematical physics. Despite its ubiquity in nature, from DNA to protein folding to solitons, it resists easy classification in modern foundational frameworks. The standard helix relies on transcendental functions, requiring an infinite Taylor series, and as a result, it falls outside the traditional scope of algebraic geometry, which deals natively with polynomial varieties. As a result, the helix constitutes something of a disciplinary orphan, too smooth for pure combinatorics, too transcendental for algebraic geometry, and too continuous for discrete computation. Yet for a theory of physical computation, especially one grounded in constructible geometric objects, this specific structure must take center stage. So this is a picture from a 2006 article by Alan Gorley. And basically, this is what the sort of resulting moduli space of possible helices looks like. You have the degenerate helix, right-handed, left-handed, the torus, which is what happens when you compress the torsion down to 0. And the underlying moduli space is the hyperbola. So a nice nod to, this is another nod to John Baez, homology, helicity, and hyperbolicity, a geometric Rosetta Stone. I won't go into the full details here. It's probably worth an entirely different video about the significance of this image and why it sort of acts as a kind of Rosetta Stone. But I encourage everyone to, you end up reading a lot of papers from computational biology and sort of chemistry doing this sort of research. So the emergence of helices is that they occur constantly in physics, chemistry, and biology precisely because they integrate two forms of structure at once, cyclic phase and longitudinal transport. This tension may even be computationally significant. So this is an article by Max Tegmark, of all people. There's an irony for those of you who know about Tegmark's kind of personal views on what the universe is, where it's noted that internal large language models use helices internally to do arithmetic. Recent work on the internal representations of LLM suggests that gradient-based optimization can give rise to helical or helix-like internal organization for tasks. Though such findings do not admit a universal interpretation, they at least reinforce the plausibility that helices are not merely common physical shapes, but the natural carriers of computation, wherever cyclic and linear degrees of freedom must be coordinated. While helices offer remarkable efficiency for encoding computational structure, it is essential to note that not all helices in nature are used for computation, nor do they dominate large-scale architectures. Helical forms excel at packing information, facilitating transmission, and exploiting symmetry at small scales. However, at larger scales, nature often favors other symmetries, branching, fractal, planar, or modular structures, driven by stability, energetic, or functional constraints. Thus, the computational potential of the helix arises not from their ubiquity, but from their unique ability to localize and propagate information under appropriate conditions. So you then end up with this sort of moduli space of all possible helices, which is a lot simpler when you assume the cross sections are, purely tubular. It sort of reduces to this hyperboloid-like structure, but that's not what we're doing here. We're purposely going to go and generate additional complexity. This is just sort of a kind of a toy model on the moduli stack and its coarse moduli space. To construct it, it's extremely singular, infinite dimensional, complicated work. The main point is here, when you treat computation or physics as, again, local to global, as Curt has said in the past, with observables defined locally on pieces composed by gluing, one is forced toward an integration push-forward formalism on a stratified quotient object. In other words, the analog of a path integral or a partition function in geometric computation is a functorial assignment built from a passage to moduli and a gluing law that behaves like a Fubini theorem for composition. Developing an integration on moduli of helical histories is exactly the point where one should expect a derived, stack-based, and constructible technique to enter, much as they do in Kontsevich-style theories of integration over highly singular, infinite-dimensional parameter spaces. And this is, we're essentially, we're kind of calling out, sort of challenging people in this orbit to pay attention to the problem. And a brief literature review. Again, this is kind of weird. You end up in odd places. Again, the Choyeb article, as above, is sort of one of the go-to references. But also, again, a lot of work by Alan Gorley, who's a specialist in nonlinear geometry. I'll try not to butcher his name, Van der Hagen, Adachi. These are articles from a particular school in Japan that on moduli spaces of Killing fields, which, again, as you know, a Killing field has a helical structure. And just a bit of a remark for added color. For all we know, perhaps the key to modern quantum theory lurks quietly in the diagrams of a century-old German treatise on transcendental curves, waiting for someone to notice that helices and hyperboloids speak a universal geometric tongue. This is a century-old, over a century-old book that was written by Italian mathematician on transcendental curves. Occasionally you do find interesting stuff in a lot of these sort of older pre-Grothendieck kind of works before everything got really abstract. There was a lot more work on concrete curves. All right, section 4, geometric computational field theory. At this point, we start to get we start to get into the real payoff of the paper, what the whole point of developing all this machinery was for. Our claim is not that these programs are identical, but that they touch a common boundary at which geometry, topology, and computation can no longer be cleanly separated. It is from that boundary that we now proceed. So at this point, and this is where things become a little abstract. Up until this point, it's all fairly kind of easy to understand. I mean, helix points up, it's a 1. Helix points down, it's a 0. You basically are dealing with discrete bits, or in the case of the U1 corridor, just sort of complex phases. Now things get a little weird. So it says, after assembling the twin helix in the abelian quasi-fluidic band, where computation is well captured by finite local operations, we now enter the fully fluidic regime. Regard the lattice as a bundle with a connection. So let pi be the map from P onto B, be the principal G bundle over a computably generated base B, the working lattice region, with an associated state bundle whose fiber encodes the finite dimensional internal variables of a twin helix cell. The connection describes parallel transport, and the curvature is, the standard gauge curvature form. Also, familiar examples of geometric configurations corresponding to the type 3, and type 1 twin helix. One of them is an instanton. We'll go over that later. And the other is the standard wave function we're all familiar with. Where was I? Right, curvature measures path dependence. In this language, join is no longer purely combinatorial. It is the composition of parallel transports across adjacent surfaces. When G is abelian, U1 is congruent to SO2, joins commute. When G is non-abelian, joins become order sensitive and composition requires memory. So example is now the holonomy. For a loop, you write the following expression. This is the holonomy. The subgroup, the holonomy of the potential, is generated by all such loops. Is the effective symmetry seen at X in the abelian limit as in before with the Aharonov-Bohm example? These commute, and only additive flux matters. In the non-abelian case, path ordering is essential, and different execution paths may yield non-conjugate elements. So going from A to B is no longer the same from going from B to A. The gauge invariant readouts are the conjugacy classes of the loop, or class functions such as the trace. The following now hold. Registers as loops. Minimal cycles in the lattice carry holonomies serving as the state registers. Updates as transport. Driving fields update the potential and hence U. Gluing cells changes the loop basis. Curvature as storage. F encodes what cannot be gauged away. The persistent path-dependent context, the geometric memory. This is the geometric analog of Wilson loops. The observable is the holonomy, not the potential itself. In the quasi-fluidic abelian band, holonomy reduces to a scalar phase. That is, as we said, typical orientation logic, up-down, subgroups of U1. Entering the fluidic/gauge band promotes these to matrix phases, and joint symmetry breaks. So you go from abelian to non-abelian transport. If the induced connection is abelian, you can commuting joins. When degeneracy persists, the connection becomes non-abelian, and you end up with Wilczek type Z transport. Parallel transports no longer commute, and path ordering becomes a resource. Base anisotropy and helix-to-helix couplings are precisely the mechanisms that create protected degeneracy and promote U1 to SU2 type dynamics. So in terms of the actual gluing maps, I don't have an example here, but now you're no longer dealing with anything that's symmetric. It's all completely, there's no more, you no longer have minimum C2 symmetry. You're now down to C1. This is essentially just a fancy way of writing joins commute. J1, J2 equals the identity in the set of in the Hom set. Yes. Computation now proceeds by progressively internalizing curvature. Symbolic joins become ordered transports, and the state is read off by conjugacy classes of holonomies. Expressivity exceeds purely symbolic models because time ordering, loop creation annihilation, and curvature redistribution generate behaviors not captured by finite classical step semantics. And there's an important footnote, which is we refrain from machine model claims. Under continuum idealizations, non-abelian gauge dynamics are known to encode phenomena beyond classical Turing models, but our interest here is in programmability via the potential, curvature, and the holonomy. We don't really care so much about the physical Church-Turing thesis in this paper. There's a specific reason why. Fundamentally, GCT is about how you compute, not so much what you compute, though, as we'll see, we do have another classification that makes this all a little more transparent in the end. Physically, the twin helix fiber is a matter degree of freedom, and A is the control field. Non-commutativity turns algebra into genuine gauge computation. So what you now end up with is these sort of I won't go fully into this. You can read it. It's all more or less it's all more or less sort of what we've said. You end up with the kind of sort of phenomena that you see in this kind of Berry phase pumps. This is just a random example. It's not quoted in the paper, but the things you look at in Floquet, so Floquet phases, condensed matter stuff, you often see similar things in Floquet quantum computing. This is the sort of stuff you find in condensed mat strong STRL under archive, strongly correlated electrons. You're now dealing with this kind of Berry phase style phenomenon, is an example. Just kind of a toy example we made up. Symplectic versus contact presentation. We have not formulated the above regime in the standard symplectic dialect, but much of the structure we use admits a direct translation. A fully fluidic state space is naturally modeled as a symplectic manifold, where you have X and omega is the phase space, which with evolution given by Hamiltonian dynamics, basically this just sort of outlines that you can formulate this in symplectic form, and we will go into Fluor type dynamics later. Fluor type dynamics later, but the point being, we do not invoke the full machinery of symplectic field theory here. The point is only that the fluidic limit admits a recognized contact geometric presentation, and the periodic orbit language provides a standard interface for readers coming in from Hoffer-style dynamics. Hoffer, that's Helmut Hoffer, kind of one of the big names in symplectic geometry. The core point is, in our terminology, passing to a contact chart is best viewed as a change of presentation. It's a local coordinate system on the same process space, rather than an additional ontological assumption. You can use symplectic language. We're not using it, but it's basically two different ways of kind of describing the same object. But we're going to go a little bit beyond typical symplectic field theory after this. Okay, section 4.2, the algebra of flow. This is when we get into the part of the paper that takes its name from the title. Starting in the quasi-fluidic regime, interactions are not purely symbolic. They are geometric and dynamical. The information is encoded in differential structures. In the fully fluidic regime, the cross-sectional geometry reappears. Why the focus? As we said above, you have rank 1 bundles with abelian holonomy and rank 2 bundles with non-abelian holonomy. In Felizen's sense, and this is why this is look, we're borrowing a concept which is not typically applied in this context, but it makes sense to do this. In Felizen's sense, these differ at the level of core constructs, not mere data types. Okay, what's going on here? So there's a bit of a first, we're going to do a calculation using some Fourier analysis where we examine the bundle itself. And unlike just the gluing maps, we're now working with the entire manifold. And now we have a completely different set of degrees of freedom to sort of deal with here. And we're basically... This is where it gets really weird. It's almost like a kind of, people joke about high-level math and physics basically devolving into a kind of computational linguistics, but you're essentially using Fourier analysis to compute the total expressivity of the manifold. This is the calculation. It says, in the absence of symmetry, all 2k plus 1 modes with k less than big K are permitted. Under n-fold symmetry, only those with k equals to 0 plus n plus 2, so on and so forth survive, yielding the allowed modes. We define the relative expressiveness as the fraction of permitted angular degrees of freedom. This is a proof sort of similar to what we did previously in section 2. And it says, as n goes to infinity, m goes to 0, and e goes to 0, only the constant mode survives. If a field f r theta on an annulus is invariant under all rotations, then its Fourier expansion admits the following form. And equivalently, only the theta independent mode survives. Axisymmetric azimuthal components may remain, but no angular structure does. Basically, this is how you go from U1 to SU2. For geometric computation models A and B, write macro A greater than macro B if there is a finite library of local transports, joins, or defect insertions in A, whose gauge invariant readouts can macro express every primitive of B with bounded overhead, preserving observational equivalence at the boundary. Abelian U1 lacks the path ordering and conjugation. The non-abelian regime supplies them, hence the jump in macro expressiveness. Look, this is just what the math is. And this is, we're going to, it basically says, this is just sort of restating what the computation above outlines, but now the main point is on the internal geometry of the cross-section becomes a new axis of calculation. Beyond circles, one can admit distinct flow channels. These change the isotypic decomposition of transport and maintain degeneracies. Higher symmetry yields fewer angular sectors, thus cross-section complexity of the bundle controls the kind of channels available for computation, not which states, but how transport moves within a state. Okay, section 4.3, helicity and the origin of quantum spin networks. Although our program does not aim to adjudicate unification debates, aspects of the geometric computation model do resonate with the combinatorial, categorial, and background-independent perspectives emphasized in loop quantum gravity. I want to say from the outset, as far as loop quantum gravity versus string theory goes, I really don't care. It's really just not my fight. I'm not emotionally invested in it at all, but I will try and offer some evidence that points in the right direction. As developed throughout this work, helices exhibit exceptionally rich geometric behavior. The pre-quantum geometry, where information resides in flows, holonomies, and deformation, can supply a substrate from which discrete boundary data would emerge after coarse graining. Rather than postulating quantum discreteness as primitive, it is reasonable to view quantum structure as an invariant, stable phase of the underlying geometric dynamics, much as solitons or topological defects arise from continuous systems. In this picture, coarse graining the microgeometry of helices can yield spin network-like graphs. The effective pure state manifold of a qubit, CP1 equals to S2, the block sphere, well, discreteness enters at the level of projective readout rather than underlying state space. Again, you're starting with the smooth geometry, and when you quantize it, you get, again, a tetrahedron. Our viewpoint also aligns with strands of work beyond loop quantum gravity, the non-Markovian / correspondence ideas, relativistic quantum information by Fuentes Schuler, the positive geometry program, that would be Nima Arkani Hamed, holonomy first approaches, that would be quantum holonomy theory by Grimstrup Astrup. I decided to cite the guy just because he's had a bit of a rough time and, among all these field theorists constantly talking about holonomy, but I agree with him. I think you start with the holonomy and sort of the field theory picture emerges second. So credit where it's due to Jesper Moller Grimstrup and his collaborator, as well as deterministic explorations to Hooft. Regarding superdeterminism, we reject this. They'll see why exactly later. Frankly, I'd imagine to Hooft probably thinks that I'm a lunatic summoning demons from the far beyond with, I don't know, using programming language semantics, but whatever. So the quantum tetrahedron, basically what's going on here, this is a bunch of math that outlines how you get a loop quantum gravity spin network type object out of a bunch of helices. So fix a working region B with a principal G bundle as in the above discussion, choose a cellular decomposition, and the resultant four-valent graph. The edges are homology classes of minimal loops. Edge labels are extracted from coarse graining class functions, and the vertices arise where four channels meet and the Klein four-group cell. Gauge covariance imposes Gauss's law up to conjugation in representation terms. This singles out the SU2 intertwiner from the Hom set for the vertices. From the vertice to edge label intertwiners. Choice of group YZ4 versus V4. The two independent binary symmetries of a twin helix cell generate V4. Classifying the surface modes or boundary excitations by the Z4 collapses these axes, but phrasing them in terms of the inclined 4 group cleanly factors the parity data into that seed the 4-valent node. Spin foams as computational Cobordisms. This is a little more dicey, but it's kind of how I think it works. Basically, coarse graining to spin networks. There's a canonical coarse graining functor where you have configurations divided by computable gauge Cobordism that maps to spin networks modulo graph isomorphism. This is kind of how I think it works. It is what it is. We're gonna want to move on to basically the main physical evidence for loop quantum gravity. Recent work by Billock et al. Has demonstrated that the surface Maxwell modes at media interfaces are governed by a topological invariant valued in Z4. Their approach, rooted in phase winding, represents a significant advance in our understanding of topological invariance in photonic systems. However, in my view, this classification does not fully account for the independent binary symmetries present in the physical configuration, specifically the left-right up-down combinations encoded in a THM4 construction. While the choice of Z4 as an invariant is logical within their framework, a reformulation in terms of the Klein 4 group more accurately reflects the underlying symmetry structure. Okay, what's going on here? All right, so in 2019, a researcher out of Japan published this paper, The Topological Non-Hermitian Origin of Surface Maxwell Waves, where this is a guy who works in quantum optics, basically, where he proved you can essentially measure the geometry of photonic waves, where you end up with these invariants. He classifies them as a Z4 number. Okay, what went wrong? First off, this is not a knock against Billock. I emailed him. I pointed this out. He's aware of it. Hasn't said anything, but he was made aware of it. What exactly went wrong? Okay, when you use complex analysis to analyze these winding numbers, they spit out a form, typically in terms of a direct product. You don't actually want a direct product. You actually want a product group. So he uses plus here. It's actually supposed to be a product, not a plus. So that's why you have this difference in group. Again, this is nothing major. It does not change anything resulting for the result. But if you go with Z4 instead of V4, you miss the connection to the loop quantum gravity tetrahedra. So that's just what it is. Summary: spin networks are not competitors to geometric computation. They are its coarse invariants. The Helix microgeometry supplies the non-abelian holonomy that loop quantum gravity combinatorics were designed to encode. In this sense, the discrete data may be recovered as a stable phase and need not be elevated to fundamental kinematics. All right, section 4.4 on the expressive power of physical computation. Before stating our final claim, we collect a few canonical solutions whose geometry already exhibits the winding features emphasized in this work. Calorons, periodic instantons on R3 times S1, twisted solutions, sphalerons, Witten's twisted constructions, and non-abelian plane waves. Taken together, these exemplars highlight the recurring themes: periodic compactified directions that act as helical axes, unstable saddles that mediate large holonomy moves, and intrinsically chiral non-abelian transport. In what follows, we leverage these mechanisms to motivate the usage of geometric computation. While this discussion does not claim to exhaust the intricate connections between geometric computation and modern field theory, it is instructive to note that gluing two helical manifolds along a common boundary produces the data directly analogous to the clutching that underlies BPST instantons. We now enter into the final of the four computational regimes, emergent gauge. Each unit helix is modeled by open sets carrying local trivializations of a principal G bundle. Gluing helices along their common base is encoded by a transition map which acts on the fibers. On the overlap, the base identification is the identity. In gauge theory, it specifies how local data patches are related. Geometrically, it records how internal frames are rotated when crossing the interface. This positions us as a concrete starting point for a geometrically twisted Yang-Mills framework, a GCM as a bundle whose updates are local in the bundle charts and functorial under gluing. The diagram summarizes the configuration space of gluings. So what's going on here is this is a little bit of just sort of standard algebra that shows how you can use the geometry to model kind of solitonic behavior that we see in kind of in gauge fields. This is the standard functional for instantons. The main thing to pay attention here is this. Gluing two helices along the sets modifies the transition map and hence the induced holonomies on the linking loops, implementing a discrete update at the interface. In the SU2 sector, a computational step can be idealized as traversing an anti-self dual connection on M times I. The induced charge in the boundary Chern-Simons functional is governed by K, providing a topological gate in the emergent gauge regime. At the level of computational role, effectively abelian regimes correspond to the stable carriage of information. State is propagated in a periodic, order-insensitive, and comparatively reversible manner. So the dominant behavior is storage, transmission, and reoccurrence. By contrast, non-abelian regimes are characterized by order-sensitive evolution, where the flow itself permits the computation. Composition is no longer reducible to simple commutative propagation, and the state is actively reshaped through mixing, routing, and non-trivial transition. The highest regime, emergent gauge, computation becomes genuinely history-dependent and topological. There, the relevant logical content is carried not only by the states themselves, but by the global manner in which one state is connected to another, so that the transition process, as in sphalerons, becomes part of the computation itself. The current hypothesis in this paper that the geometry of a Yang-Mills field is in all likelihood some form of analog computation comprised of helices is outlined in Table 8. And as to why the universe chooses to express itself this way, the author kindly asks that questions be directed elsewhere. See, for instance, Penrose. So this basically just outlines how every regime we've gone through corresponds to some form of Yang-Mills theory. Symbolic basically corresponds to discrete addressable states. Quasi-fluidic corresponds to cyclic or clocked evolution, finite memory carried repeatedly through a loop. Fluidic regime is distributed continuous transformation, order-sensitive mixing, non-commutative transport, corresponds to non-abelian plane waves, helical or twisted Yang-Mills solutions. And the final regime, gauge, would be global history-dependent update between sectors, computation by topology rather than by local rewriting. You have your instantons, phalerons, tunneling between different vacua. These are computational rather than group theoretic. They do not exert that all examples in a given column are abelian or non-abelian. Rather, they classify the role played by configurations in the computational picture. And as a motivating example, you have the appearance of non-abelian plane waves. This is an old paper that goes back to Sidney Coleman, wrote back in 1977. You don't have to read Coleman's original paper. The relevant book was actually written by a guy called H.A. Kastrup. Canonical Theories of Lagrangian Dynamical Systems in Physics. And the main The main explanation comes about 150 pages in, where you have this particular Lagrangian. It's the only Lagrangian we've copied in the paper, where this is discussed by Katzrup, where he notes with some exasperation that plane wave solutions with equal electric and magnetic density satisfy E2 squared equals to B2, and hence L equals to 0. In the non-abelian case, such waves carry internal structure along the propagation direction. The gauge potential undergoes non-trivial parallel transport, and the local scalar invariant vanishes. This may be regarded as a switching hypersurface. Crossing it changes the group theoretic state realized by the parallel transport while preserving the light-like character of the wave. In this sense, classical Yang-Mills solutions encode a concrete logic of state transitions, while the group providing the algebra and the space-time evolution providing the flow. All right, section 4.5, Constructive Computational Gauge Theory. We feel it is a useful exercise to frame gauge theory, and by extension quantum gravity, as a problem of expressiveness versus verifiability. If we allow all histories, arbitrary geometries, topology change, gauge redundancy, unbounded recursion, amplitudes become ill-defined and intractable. If we clamp down too hard, we can lose physically relevant states and dynamics. Functional programming offers a blueprint for balancing these extremes. Our proposal is for a constructive computational gauge theory that strikes a principled middle ground, a typed, linear, total, effect-controlled calculus of geometries. Concretely, boundary data are the types, space-time regions are the terms, and gluing is the composition. This gives compositional semantics familiar from topological quantum field theories, but designed to scale beyond the purely verifiable topological settings. Readers are asked to consider the correspondences in Table 9. The primitives are as follows. All right, here's the primitives. We're going to go over each one in turn. Types. The proposed helical primitives provide the concrete generators of histories, smooth orientable flows that carry discrete topological labels alongside continuous geometry. This marries the continuous versus discrete tension. Spectra and curvature are continuous objects. Quantum numbers arise as stable counting winding data. Terms are the geometric histories realizing computation. Concretely, a term is a decorated Cobordism, a gluable space-time region assembled from helical primitives equipped with whatever bundle connection readout data are required by the regime under study. We're going to go into this a little bit later. As usual, this is actually a big section. The point is that terms are not symbolic expressions standing in for geometry. They are the geometry regarded operationally as computation from one typed boundary to another. Composition is gluing. Given two terms whose outgoing and incoming interfaces match at the level of type, one composes them by identifying the relevant boundary components and extending the declared geometric structure across the seam. This is the physical and categorical content of running one computation after another. The output flow of the first region becomes the admissible input flow of the second. At the semantic level, composition must preserve the chosen observational equivalents on boundaries. For example, class functions on holonomy, flux, whatever. So that gluing does not merely concatenate regions topologically, but yields a well-defined composite computation. Okay, now this is a little bit more important. 3 design choices enforce computability in physics: linearity, totality, and effects. We elaborate each in turn. Linearity is the discipline that boundary degrees of freedom are treated as conserved resources under gluing, no implicit copying, no implicit erasure. This is the categorical analog of no cloning. So in this way, conservation laws are enforced by typing rather than imposed post hoc. In particular, it ensures that assembling a region from primitives is compatible with conservation constraints at interfaces. What enters a glued boundary must exit somewhere else unless an explicit effect declares otherwise. Totality. By totality, we mean that the core evaluator always normalizes. Concretely, the geometry evaluator is required to terminate on the core fragment and return a well-defined semantic value. This is not the claim that nature is finite. It is the claim that the core language is designed so that evaluation is mechanically checkable and compositional. The point which will be expounded upon later is guardrails. The core fragment is that the part of the semantics on which we can prove locality in gluing theorems without importing the full analytic burden of continuum quantum field theory. Effects and handlers. This is the big one. The phenomena that typically force uncontrolled manipulations, coarse graining, stochastic mixing, normalization, metric dependence, topology change, are induced as algebraic effects with handlers. In this way, renormalization is not treated as an ad hoc subtraction, but as an explicit program transformation. A handler takes a well-typed geometric term and returns a new well-typed term together with the stated observational equivalence on the boundary. So here's a example. Coarse graining is a handled effect. For example, let a geometric term in-out contain a family of microscopic loops. A coarse graining handler replaces this subterm by an effective loop system, WEFF, together with a certificate that the chosen boundary observables are preserved. The transformation is therefore not an arbitrary simplification of geometry, but a semantics-preserving rewrite on the program represented by W. Soundness obligations. Basically, this is how you prevent this from becoming a hand-wavy. You enforce handling commutes with gluing composition. Monoidality, this is the big one. Handling respects parallel composition. We'll see this later. Independent subsystems remain independent. Gauge diffeomorphism compatibility. Handling preserves invariance of boundary readouts. Observable semantics are phrased in gauge invariant class functions of holonomy. And handlers must preserve these up to the declared equivalence relation. And resource discipline as above. Again, this just means, no cloning. The big five, no cloning, no broadcasting. The big five theorems are not violated. And the final one is dependent types. Gauge and diffeomorphism constraints are carried as dependent typing data on boundaries and interfaces. A term is admissible only if it respects the declared constraint structure. The payoff is the mechanical propagation of invariances through composition. Once a boundary constraint is well typed, gluing does not, quote-unquote, forget it. Practically, the workflow is specify types, assemble regions from helical primitive composed by gluing, evaluate the core fragment, and only then apply the declared effect handlers with an explicit statement of what equivalence of boundary readouts they preserve. In this sense, renormalization and coarse graining are treated as structured code transforms rather than informal manipulations of integrals. Our aim is a language that is expressive enough to describe non-trivial gauge dynamics and background independence, yet restricted enough to prove normalization, locality, compositionality, and anomaly freeness in the core. Extensions, like topology change, for instance, or non-perturbative sectors. This is a perturbative theory, as stated previously, are added modularly as new effects or controlled type extensions, preserving verification theorems as we widen scope. In this way, it provides us semantics where we can calculate, compose, and certify. For the foundational work, you can see the Bias, Segel, and Zoe. This was a work written back in 1992? Yeah. Where was it? What? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what happened, but this was the original work on constructive quantum field theory. Was written by, again, John Baez. He's kind of the patron saint of this paper, as well as Graham Siegel. And, back in the 90s, the thing is they didn't really have, you're going to see why this paper could not have been written 20 years ago. And there's a distinct reason for it. So on quantum field theory and foundational description, we do not dispute the empirical success of quantum field theory. Rather, our concern is narrower. When quantum field theory is taken as a single continuum-based probabilistic formulism, it appears to exceed the class of systems that can be globally verified without encountering tractability barriers. Exponential number of Feynman diagrams, for instance. If you want an example of how this goes wrong, paper that was written, this was never published, I don't think, but this is a paper called Spinor Helicity Formalism. You understand how Feynman diagrams can get really out of control. 10 particles, you're already at 10 million Feynman diagrams. So our aim here is to try and cut down the degrees of freedom that we need to compute. The other problem is, it's not to say that many mathematicians have pointed out issues with quantum field theory, like measure theoretic difficulties, and I'm not saying that isn't important, but there's also a kind of conservation law, which is a lot more blunt here, which is that you have these, in this sense, quantum field theory behaves less like a fixed axiomatic object, and unfortunately more like a computational process whose semantics are only partially stable across scales. It is not that quantum field theory is incorrect, but is unlikely to serve as a foundational layer for physical computation. This is the deeper problem. The underlying computation we're trying to describe is extremely expressive. It is very wild. And when you sort of the way this was typically handled is by path integrals. But this causes, as I said, measure theoretic issues. The better way to do this is to essentially build a computer out of geometry and simulate the entire system from the ground up, rather than rely on integrals. So if you basically try and capture the entire behavior of the geometry from the outset, you inherit its pathologies. So in this way, we begin, but if you use constructive methods, you have a local to global calculus in which admissible operations are restricted from the outset, in which probabilistic and field theoretic behavior arise only after coarse graining. In this way, QFT has remained as an effective interface, while the foundational burden is shifted to a more controlled computational substrate that alleviates time burdens on human physicists. And I want to go over the work of a guy called Puskar Mandal. He's a really brilliant guy who works. He's from Harvard, and he works at BIMSA, and he authored a paper recently, a couple years ago, Geometric Approach to the Yang-Mills Mass Gap. And this is sort of, it's a brilliant paper, and it's also, unfortunately, it's kind of become emblematic of the issues that we are starting to run into in non-perturbative field theory. People are very sympathetic to geometric approaches. The 10,000-foot view here is that he's going to rely on Ricci curvature, the same thing that Perelman used to prove the Poincaré conjecture, to try and obtain a way to approach the Yang-Mills mass gap. It's a very clever strategy, and it makes a lot of sense. If you can prove, based on some kind of geometric bound, it would help provide you with a way toward solving the Millennium Prize problem. But because of how quantum field theory works, and you have to follow the quantum axioms, the Hadcasler axioms, computations are extremely complex. Well, the one we want to look at was down here. I mean, you are dealing with just extremely wild dynamics. And you have Hamiltonians, Lagrangians. It becomes extremely, extremely difficult to solve these systems in a non-perturbative manner. I mean, it's some of the most difficult math on Earth. And it's the formalism of quantum field theory is, I hate to say it, it's effective, and it is also causing serious issues, because people are having trouble. People are having trouble following some of the computations that are becoming so complex. It's getting in the way of people being able to really kind of communicate shared meaning about the systems we're trying to describe. So in this way, you're going to see that this is not really a quantum field theory. It is a constructive field theory that contains quantum field theory as a special case. And we're going to go into how this works next. All right, from external lattices to an intrinsic lattice gauge calculus. Lattice gauge theory discretizes a continuum on an external grid. Links carry group elements, plaquettes carry curvature, and one hopes to recover physics in a subtle continuum limit. But computability is not baked in, it is delegated to numerics. By contrast, GCM lattices are of a different kind. The lattice is the one skeleton generated by minimal holonomy loops of the helix geometry itself. Nodes are join interfaces, edges are Wilson loop registers, faces carry curvature flux. No continuum limit is imposed from the outside. The cell structure is induced by the manifold's own group theoretic and topological constraints. Spectral gaps and forbidden transitions then arise from intrinsic geometry rather than choice of mesh. So basically, you have a pre-sheaf of local moduli, connections, etc. on cells. Evaluation is amplitudes. Scale change is as above. Coarse graining is explicit effect handlers. And in this section, sum over histories is replaced by sheafification plus evaluation. One computes global sections of the sheafified moduli rather than integrating over an externally supplied configuration measure. And we came up with a little toy example here that basically shows how you do this. We essentially have 3 overlaps on a working region. Assume these opens are coming from the geometry of the manifold itself rather than from an externally composed cubic grid. M of U is the pre-sheaf assigning an open set U to X, the groupoid of U1 valid connections on the trivial line bundle over U modulo gauge, together with the induced Wilson loop values on the intrinsic loops contained in U. The local data glue precisely when the restrictions align to gauge overlaps. After sheafification, the admissible global states are therefore not arbitrary triples, but compatible glued sections. Choose the outgoing loop. You then compute the holonomy, where in the simplest abelian case, one may take x of z to be z, or more generally, a thresholded readout to a finite alphabet. A coarse graining handler may replace U1, U2 by a single effective region with the combined holonomy. The rewritten term has a local data, but the boundary observable is unchanged. Hence, coarse graining is not an informal simplification. It is a semantics preserving rewrite. So basically, this allows you to compute holonomy and just generally compute things without relying on path integrals. Remark, why not classical R? Basically, you don't want to use typical unrestricted real computation for reasons that will become apparent later. You want to work within a constructive setting where you work only with constructible real numbers. And also the footnote 9, it's nice to have a framework where you can only have one Lagrangian, but it would be nicer to have some reason that this particular algebra would inevitably appear as the answer to some question. Edward Witten comes from an interview with him, Salam, Shyama, and Badinich. It's an old one from the 80s. I felt the quote was sort of worth pulling for why you would do non-perturbative field theory in this sort of manner. I mean, this is kind of what people wanted to happen back in the 80s, and it just never, they didn't really have the technology to do it, I guess. And so I felt it would be okay to sort of bring it up as kind of trying to complete the dream. Basically, you don't want to use regular real numbers. You want to use synthetic real numbers within a cohesive topos. We'll cover that later. So, if you use regular real numbers, bad things happen. We won't go into that, but basically, the aim is not to deny the continuum. We are fundamentally arguing the universe is continuous here. You know, the underlying computation is not ones and zeros, as you're going to see. It is something far, far stranger. So we use rationals, algebraics, computable reals for execution, while synthetic reals supply the calculus internally. This aligns with an article that was written by Matthew Sadusek called The Computable Universe Hypothesis, where he notes that physical models do not require arbitrary reals to be expressed or simulated, even if smooth structure, as in smooth manifolds, is invaluable for reasoning. Basically, this is how you prevent things from going bad. No exact branching on undecidable predicates, gauge invariance only. We don't really need to go into this too much. Basically, as a result, this is a computer. You cannot use our model to solve the Clay-Yang-Mills problem. As I said, this is not a quantum field theory. You cannot win $1 million solving the mass gap with geometric computational field theory. That's not how this works. Okay, on finite information and intuitionist physics, we concur with the operational point that experimental data carry finite information. We'll see this later. And that uncountable precision should not be a primitive of algorithms, as brought up by Professor Geisen. So this refers to an article that was written, Real numbers are the hidden variables. Real numbers are the hidden variables of classical mechanics, where Nicholas Geisen, one of the father of quantum information theory, basically said real numbers kind of bad, shouldn't be using them. It's not physical, and we said we concur with the operational point, but where we differ is methodological. We retain a smooth internal semantics to keep the geometry functorial, while ensuring that every external visible quantity is realized in a computable base with certified error control. In this sense, the continuum remains a modeling tool, but computation can proceed on effectively presentable numbers. Choosing a constructive base allows us to retain the familiar analytic language where needed, while ensuring that every step of the formalism remains executable. The framework developed here treats physical dynamics as smooth, often chiral, transcendental flow, but it also treats topology and quantization as mechanisms of coarse graining that project this flow onto the discrete structures accessible to observation. In this sense, the continuum substrate and the discrete emergent layer are not competitors, but complementary levels of description. What we call physical computation is the geometric process that occurs precisely at their interface, with its behavior constrained by the EVT trilemma. Nothing in the present approach depends on subplankian assumptions, nor do we take uncountable structure as primitive in the dynamics. Our hope is that the fully constructive classification of topological field theories outlined later provides a more precise setting in which long-standing questions, including those surrounding Yang-Mills, can be reformulated and precisely studied. A high-level roadmap toward the Yang-Mills mass gap in constructive computational gauge theory is outlined below. Define computational semantics for gauge theory. Build computable geometric bundles. Assess the scaling limit to continuum Yang-Mills. Prove the gap in its stability. All physically relevant predictions are recoverable with parameters and observables taken from an effective number system. This keeps the continuum as a limit, not a prerequisite, and allows proof by construction to coexist with the analytic tools physicists actually use. This approach reframes the Yang-Mills mass gap problem as an information theoretic problem. Can the dynamics of a gauge field theory, defined over the continuum and acted on by a compact simple Lie group, enforce a non-trivial discrete gap in its computational state space? This translation from an energy gap to an information gap offers a new perspective on both the foundations of gauge theory and the limits of computability in physical systems. In essence, to solve the mass gap, we cannot just try to compute the solutions to the Yang-Mills equations, but rather we may have to compute with the solutions to the equations themselves. Okay, Euclideanization and clocking. Basically, so like most mathematical physics, our theory is four-dimensional because, as was above, we were forced to go into 4 dimensions to resolve chirality, to resolve the chirality dispute in the type 2 with the obstruction lemma. Basically, operationally, temporal evolution is replaced by global pulses that provide an internal clocking of evaluations. So in our calculus, Wick rotation is a controlled effect. A Euclidean evaluation and Lorentzian reconstruction are separate typed phases of the same program. This retains the computational advantages of a 4D Euclidean setting while maintaining a principled path back to R12 Lorentzian for physical predictions. Okay, the landscape of twistor theory. Our constructions have been mostly categorical and geometric. It is amiss not to note that twistor theory, pioneered by Penrose and his collaborators, gives a striking holomorphic encoding of four-dimensional geometry and massless field equations. For our purposes, twistor phase means a regime where inherently non-commuting space-time data admit a holomorphic reparametrization that turns analysis into cohomology. The symmetry group at play is the full conformal group SU22. It's not an abelian corner, so the twistor limit is best regarded as a complex analytic phase in which the verification improves because the equations become integrable even though the underlying gauge content is non-abelian. So you're in the upper regimes where you're dealing with transformation of data, not so much transmission of data. Again, this was as phrased above, nothing in this viewpoint licenses literal, real-valued, infinite computation. Finite information bounds from the holographic principle, Bekenstein-Busso, still apply. The twistor phase should be read as a cohomological linearization window and not as physical hypercomputation. Finally, our framework is naturally compatible with the holomorphic tools that also appear in parts of the geometric Langlands story, Kapist and Witten, as well as twistor approaches to scattering amplitudes. That is the discussion by Voigt. That would be notes on the twistor P1. And I do want to say a shout out to Curt. I was not aware so much of this connection. I was aware of Kapist and Witten, but not so much Voigt's work until I was listening to podcast and Voigt brought it up. And, I just want to say, it did not say that, this work is entirely inspired by Voigt, but I do appreciate, when people like Curt bring Voigt on, and I would learn something new that helped me in my own research. So even though this is far in the future, we're not dealing with this right now for reasons that will become very much apparent later. Our work does not require the full program. This is important. You do not require the entire Langlands correspondence. And we're not here to prove the Langlands correspondence either. We're here to use it, but we are not here to prove it. It was proven by Dennis Geitzgery and his student Sam Raskin. And people that say, my physical model proves the geometric Langlands conjecture, don't listen to them. They are wrong. And that is not how this works. It motivates the principle, however, that gauge computation should be invariant under refactorization. So we do not claim a direct realization of the Langlands duality, rather a common structural mechanism. Allow me to basically say this. Geometric Langlands is essentially an example of the correspondence between gauge theory and higher categories. On the one side, you have flat connections of local systems, data describing how internal states are transported. And on the other side, you have the category of sheaves, quasi-coherent, or what have you, on moduli spaces of bundles. The categorical objects basically tell you how gauge data changes under local modifications. The idea is that a flat connection can determine an eigensheaf, not an eigenvector with a number attached, but a categorified eigenobject whose eigenvalue is a local system. The basic lesson is that, okay, on Calabi-Yau manifolds in stable loci, our perspective is not string theoretic. GCT is not a string theory, not really. Let me put it this way. String theory is kind of a particular way of being quantum, despite the fact that string theory is heavily geometrized, but still it's sort of a geometric theory that is quantum, whereas GCT is intended to be a geometric theory that captures quantum theory as a special case, as I've said previously. That's basically the difference between string theory and GCT. So our perspective is not string theoretic, but it sits within the geometric analysis paradigm inaugurated by Calabi. See canonical metrics by analytic deformation and flow, and read structure from the resulting moduli space. Yau's theorem guarantees the existence of Calabi-Yau manifolds. If you don't know what a Calabi-Yau manifold is, it's basically a kind of highly constrained manifold that appears in 6 dimensions that has a Ricci flat Kähler metric. Basically, Calabi-Yau manifolds are a kind of stable bookkeeping locus. It's kind of more of a special case. In a sense, the effective coefficient algebra is E infinity in abelian and maximally abelian regimes, so excision holds and parallel composition is transparent. A footnote here is E infinity just means homotopy commutative. Readers may safely read it as fully abelian up to coherent homotopy. We'll cover this later when we go over the BSS machine. As strange as it sounds, there's a connection here. It's just trust me on this. Twiston and equivariant K-theory encode stable resource classes and their integral constraints via periods, while variations of complex structures are recorded by period integrals in the Picard-Fuchs structure. Equations. Moving away from the Calabi-Yau locus via conical denigrations introduces monogamy and PL transformations, which reintroduce non-commuting transport. Hence, Calabi-Yau manifolds are not a generic case. They are highly symmetry-constrained regions that abelianize the bookkeeping. Near a Calabi-Yau stratum, the dynamics are governed by linear cohomological data. Moving away activates the non-abelian holonomy and the twistor calculus native to the more higher non-commutative regimes. I mean, if you're a string theorist, basically think of the helix as a kind of geometric string operating on a defect world sheet. One may regard a geobit as a deterministic analog of a world sheet defect. This suggests a mechanism reminiscent of the weak gravity conjecture. We're not going to derive this here, obviously. But yeah, gravity must be the weakest force in sort of Vafa terms because the geometry is hard to deform. It's important to note that at this point, you are no longer computing with numbers. There are no more ones and zeros once you get down to the pre-quantum level. Everything is now basically topological invariance. So up in the upper regimes, in the lower regimes, it's all discrete. We're doing sort of coarse projection of readouts of the geometry. When you get to the U1 phase, you essentially end up with a kind of weird, like I said, it's a weird corridor. You're in the abelian analog phase. Everything is sort of weirdly commutative. You're dealing with complex fields, Lie algebra U1, circle phases, amplitudes. The thing is, you don't really want to be here. If you stay here, you're dealing with phenomena that are too brittle, and you don't really get the ability to use the full gauge groups. So as I said, transitional corridor. Most computation happens either here, where humans are, or here, where the universe is. So the three regimes split into this kind of, this is a very simplified version of what goes on. If you want to see the full version, I'm going to post the big chart, but it's much more complicated. So you're now here. Basically, there are no more Boolean algebras. You're now dealing with principal bundles, moduli spaces, infinity groupoids, cohomology operations, and you're basically computing characteristic classes, Chern-Simons numbers, and Floor-Donaldson type invariants. And now we're going to do an example, a pretty big one, about what actually goes on. Okay, side note, I'm coming back to record this I forgot to record this, so I'm going back and editing this back in. So this is the proposed big map of physical computation. We have the full 4-regime structure here. And this is on the subreddit, which is reddit.com/r pre-quantum computing. If you are a Reddit user, subscribe, try and get our numbers up a little. Table 1, okay, here's the big map of physical computation. Symbolic, quasi-fluidic, fluidic and gauge The effective symmetry group is here. The primary computational resource is here. Algebraic structures are here. Data types, bits, circle faces, matrix faces, holonomy, global classes are here. Abstract computational model. Okay, basically symbolic corresponds to finite state automata, Turing machines. Quasi-fluidic gives you Blum-Shub BSS style hypercomputation. It gives you high microstates, again, but limited symmetry operations. Fluidic gives you roughly a quantum Turing machine or holonomic quantum computation. Gauge has undefined. Representative complexity classes, regular complexity classes, P, NP, real complexity classes, BPQ. This is again undefined. Your readout layer and your readout precision, direct symbolic projection and exact, pretty simple. You essentially have microstate, exact, and readout coarse, as previously above. You have thresholded phase readout, stroboscopic sampling. The upper regimes fluidic and gauge, you end up with coarse-grained or quotient level readout on Wilson loop observables, spectral class functions, or cohomology classes, holonomy conjugacy classes, or a Cobordism class. Yeah, that's the full. This is not in the paper, but that's the full picture of which the three band is the simplified version. Okay, the main point here is that you do not use geometric computational field theory to run Rule 110. Discreteness is a special case. It's proven. It's there. That's not what this is about. The main application is basically to compute cohomologies. So think of it this way. As emphasized in Proposition 3.1, the notion of a geobit is readout dependent. So Table 10 should not be read as a list of unrelated theories, but as a hierarchy of readouts from a single substrate. Let S denote the full substrate state spaces. The 3 rows correspond to progressively richer decoding maps, where C of n forgets the geometric transport and retains only the local degrees of freedom. Then you upgrade to U1, where you get commutative phase flux, and you get to the highest regime that retains the full parallel transport. The lower regimes present as shadows of the full dynamics, as the observables that survive after discarding non-commuting transport information. Back reacts on lower readouts. Once the non-abelian transport is active, the lower readouts inherit 3 systemic features: sectorization by global topological labels, twisting of coefficients, and center trace observables. Concerning cohomology, near and integrable strata, cohomology acts mainly as a linear ledger. In the full gauge regime, it acts as governance. So this is basically a toy model loosely based on a paper by Pierre van Baal, Instanton Moduli on T3, that gives you an example of what really goes on at the pre-quantum level. For the sake of not making this video another 2 hours longer, I will give a very shortened overview of what exactly goes on here. We use a 3 torus because it has these 3 independent loops and 3 independent surfaces. So you see a lot of gauge theory work happen on T3. In the abelian regime, it acts like a cohomology acts kind of like a ledger. The first cohomology class records phases around loops. The second records curvature flux through surfaces. So the state is basically additive bookkeeping. When you turn on the SU2 type transport, the picture changes. A flat connection is now a representation from Z3 onto SU2, meaning that you now have 3 commuting holonomies modulo conjugation. Because gauge transformations survive conjugate holonomies, the raw matrices are not observables. What survives are the class functions like the traces. Infinitesimal deformations are no longer governed by ordinary cohomology classes, but by twisted cohomology classes. The coefficients themselves are rotated by background holonomy. So you're not just counting holes sort of genus in the space. It's like you are counting holes moving through a gauge frame. And you pass from SU2 to SO3, genuine topological sectors appear. and the same second cohomology type object that was a flux ledger in the abelian theory becomes a sector label and a lifting obstruction in the gauge theory. The point of the example is that once you have non-abelian transport turned on, the underlying governance goes from, the underlying cohomology goes from a stable label to governance. Where is it said? Yes. The general mechanism used throughout the paper is a ledger to governance. And at this point, you're dealing with the algebraic closure group is full diffeomorphism. So you have full diffeomorphism invariance. And at this point, the only way that you can really extract data from the underlying manifold is to use Floor and Donaldson type constructions, since these are designed to extract computable cohomological data from such moduli spaces. The underlying manifold is now, it flows and twists in a kind of violent manner. It's hard to animate because I don't have animation skills, but you can just imagine it kind of twisting and turning and rotating in and upon itself. Okay, effective geometry. The framework here should not be read as assuming Lorentzian geometry at the substrate level. Geometric computation begins at the pre-metric space and derives in near equilibrium regimes. Chi may become metric induced, recovering Lorentzian geometry in the sense of pre-metric and constructive approaches to electromagnetism and gravity. So this is not precisely Schuler's program, but it is vaguely similar in that you're not starting with the metric and coupling matter fields. You're starting at the pre-metric level and deriving electromagnetism and gravity that way. Again, I'm not strictly following his approach. It's just sort of a precedent that I wanted to cite that this is indeed possible. As far as general relativity goes, basically gravity is just entropy. Yeah, that's how you get general relativity. Just sort of use Jacobson, as well as Padmahabharan's broader emergent gravity program. And what was it? Once this Lorentzian regime is available, quantum fields and observers should be interpreted with the usual curved space-time discipline that would be walled. So you have a distinct layers. Propagation selects causal structure. Local quantum observables live on the recovered Lorentzian background, and coarse-grained thermodynamics supply macroscopic gravitational equations of state. And now here comes the tough part. But we do not take Markovian effective field theory to be foundational. Again, this is why we cited Barandas. Rather, it is treated as an emergent approximation that becomes valid only after suitable coarse graining of the underlying geometric bulk. For this reason, clean IR-UV decoupling is not assumed a priori, and as a result, it is likely that questions of strongly coupled gauge dynamics will need to be addressed before one can reliably speak about thermodynamic or black hole observables as outlined above. This is cited mostly to shoot down objections, which is a lot of stuff here, and this is just the unfortunate reality that when you come up with a theory of physical computation, you are stuck paying rent on decades upon decades worth of previous geometry, which is why this paper ends up being so broad. And just in general, the taste of the geometry, as we're going to see, is very nibbly. It likes a lot of different things. Okay, the status of gravitons. We do not quantize gravity by postulating a continuum path integral over Lorentzian metrics, nor do we treat the metric as a fundamental Yang-Mills field. So in this sense, gravity is not quantized at the fundamental level. What appears in perturbative regimes as a graviton is best understood as an effective spin-2 excitation of the emergent Lorentzian metric sector, valid in the same sense that phonons are valid excitation of a condensed matter medium. Their role is not denied, but classified as an approximation. The foundational role played not by a quantum field of gravity, but rather the constraint architecture of the underlying computation in the context of sound-gluing rules. Again, this is why we cited the weak gravity conjecture previously. Causal metric and field theoretic structures arise only as effective descriptions of their large-scale organization. What would count as success or failure? basically, if you can't reproduce, known observables, it's wrong. And I'm not saying this is, right. This is a proposal that makes certain assumptions under a certain geometric ansatz. And if its computational predictions do not align with known restraints on expressiveness, verifiability, or reversibility, then it is false. The framework provides, if the framework is unable to recover the standard structures, it is intended to subsume. Section 4.6 on the classification of geometric field theories. We can now classify geometric computational field theories by specifying 3 layers of structure and composing the canonical maps between them. The decorated state transition groupoid via higher representation goes to a fully dualizable object in a symmetric monoidal infinity n category, and via the Cobordism hypothesis, you get to a fully extended infinity n topological field theory. Existence uniqueness identifies the last arrow once a fully dualizable object is applied. The first arrow is where GCT lives, turning Helix decorated paths and bordisms into higher representations with explicit operational semantics. Again, the operational layer is above, as we outlined. Okay, what's going on here? Basically, this is essentially the regime ladder overview that shows how you climb up your supplied objects into the highest emergent gauge regime, where you're then using E2 algebras of Wilson lines. The main lemma comes here: evaluator factors through the classified topological field theory. Let D be a symmetric monoidal infinity n category, and X be a fully dualizable object obtained as a higher representation of the decorated groupoid bordism data. The constructive evaluator of section 4.5, which is symmetric monoidal, local, and sends start-stop co-evaluation factors uniquely through the fully extended topological field theory Z of X classified by X. Basically, by locality and monoidality, the evaluator is symmetric monoidal. Hence, it is equivalent to Z of X by the Cobordism hypothesis. So, the Cobordism hypothesis, what you're going to want to do is open up archive, go to on the classification of topological field theories, open up the PDF, realize that you can't understand what he's saying. You're going to want to go order a copy of Higher Topos Theory, read the entire thing. No, that's not what you're going to want to do. That is not what you're going to want to do. What I would suggest doing is starting with the overview from Danfried, the Cobordism hypothesis, available on archive, where a expository paper on the issue. So the Cobordism hypothesis was first conjectured by Baez and Dolan in the mid-1990s. And it was proven by Lurie. The proof is, it hasn't technically been peer-reviewed, but it's more or less accepted in higher, as of now. Proven by Lurie in higher dimensions. How would we summarize the Cobordism hypothesis? So in the 90s, people noticed a pattern with topological field theories, which is that the way it worked is that it kept running into the pattern that how you assign data at a single point seemed to determine the behavior of the field. And from this, the story is told by John Baez, is that Dolan was the one who actually came up with the idea. And he sort of suggested it to him, and they wrote the Baez-Dolan Cobordism hypothesis. And the Cobordism hypothesis is one of the deepest formalizations of the idea that physics is fundamentally compositional. Instead of treating a manifold just as a shape, you treat it as a boundary with a process. And you obtain a cobordism. I found that the best way to actually do this would actually be to jump ahead to topological clean field theory. And we're going to come back to this because it's actually very important, where you have cobordisms, where you have a set of embedded surfaces and a higher dimensional manifold that connects them. What the cobordism hypothesis says is how you assign data at a single point determines the entire theory. It's a very surprising statement, but it happens to be true. Think of it this way. A line is a process between points. A surface is a process between circles. A space-time region is a process between spatial boundaries, so on and so forth. You assign data at higher and higher and higher and higher points. And this is what Atiyah figured out when he began his study of topological quantum field theory in the 80s, that a topological quantum field theory is not just one functor. It wants to live in an infinity category. It's a functor all the way up. You assign data down to every single point. A field theory assigns algebraic data to these things, and the rule is when you glue geometric processes, the corresponding algebraic operations compose. Again, it's surprising that the whole theory is determined at a point, but the theory is completely local. If you know the algebraic object attached to that point, and that object has all the duality and coherence data needed for gluing, then the higher dimensional theory unfolds from it. For our purposes, the key moral is that computation should be understood as a local to global composition. Boundaries are types, regions are programs, gluing is execution. The Cobordism hypothesis tells us this is not just a clever story. It's not just a metaphor. It's a rigorous organizing principle. And essentially, depending on what fully dualizable object you supply, there's then the predicted topological field theory. You start with V4, C24, D4, semi-direct of C24, and finally, again, E2 of SU2, Wilson lines. The predicted topological field theory, comments, and dualizability guardrails. The dualizability guardrails basically just state that there's always a way to get in and out of whatever category you're working in. There's always going to be a way for your to start and a way to stop. I want to do something and bring up something that is a little bit painful at this point. And we're going to look at a paper that was published in 2021 by Xerxes Araswala and Jonathan Goyard. And this is Pregeometric Spaces from Wolfram Model Rewriting Systems as Homotopy Types. It is one of the more serious pieces of research that came out of the Wolfram Physics Project. And in it, they prove that as n equals to infinity, the limit of the Wolfram sort of rewriting model. I'm not going to go into this. If you want to know what this is, I suggest you watch the interview between Goyard and Curt, or watch sort of other Goyard's YouTube videos. But they prove that these sort of rewriting rules, you form an infinity groupoid that is identified with the Grothendieck homotopy hypothesis. And there's one line at the end of the work. We're not going to go through this entire work because it's just out of scope. There's one line at the end of this work that it feels like a knife when you read it, where he says, hence, in light of what we have demonstrated in this paper, a natural extension would be to formalize higher categorical and in particular extended topological field theories using Rullial multi-way systems as cobordisms within a suitable infinity category. More of this will be reported in upcoming work. And I'm going to go ahead and spoil the ending of this story, because unfortunately it is not a happy one. This paper is never going to be written. There are two reasons for this. The first one is that Jonathan Goyard quit working for Wolfram. So I don't think he is interested in ever writing it. As to what happened, we're going to try and stay away from sociology. I don't really know what this is about. It's not our business. But the second reason why the paper gestured toward here is probably never going to be written, is outlined earlier here. They prove that under the, assumptions of rewriting these forms an infinity groupoid relevant to the Grothendieck homotopy hypothesis. except for the fact that you may not be able to actually do the constructive classification without extending the homotopy hypothesis, because the data that you're assigning happens to be data that is not entirely, the data you're assigning is not entirely in line with the bare homotopy hypothesis. And this is a conflict. I've decided to extend the homotopy hypothesis so I don't have it, but I want to reference a video that Curt recently did in his Consciousness, Irreducibility, and Local to Global, where he says, slogan fatigue, it's all different parts of the same elephant, man, says the person with P's instead of doors. And what Curt gestures towards here is like, oh, we're all working toward the same goal, and he's deliberately pushing back on this idea. And I'm not doing this because I dislike Goyard, because I disrespect him. That's not what this is about. I'm doing this to illustrate very explicitly what Curt talks about. That this is occasionally a zero-sum game. Either my proposed classification is right, or, Goyard Araswala's hypothetical proposed future classification is right. This is a one-way street. And these things happen. And I want people to understand that this is not free. Progress has a real social cost. If this is true, then Wolfram physics is not true. If Wolfram physics is true, then my work is not true. And this sort of, naivete that Curt has pointed out, it's a real problem. And that's just how it is. And I want people to understand the social cost that comes along with developing this kind of research. It's just how it is. So I know, a little bit of a downer, but I wanted to stop and point it out. We'll continue on. Okay, guardrails in 4D, topological core versus metric effects. In 4 dimensions, the Cobordism hypothesis classifies fully extended TFTs by fully dualizable objects in an appropriate infinity n category. But this is purely topological. So pure Yang-Mills has in locally propagating degrees of freedom. So to isolate the sort of things that would otherwise mess up our dualizability, we use what's called the BF model. This is a model that was developed by Ed Witten and Robert Dijkstraaf back in the early 90s, and it's become it's not anything fancy. It's a fairly standard model that's been used in spin foams, actually. So this is one of the ways in which Ed Witten actually contributed to the development of loop quantum gravity, is that most of the spin foam models actually use BF theory as the base, and then add the rest of the theory on top. So in that way, GCFT is a bit similar to to loop quantum gravity. We're not quantizing gravity, but we are doing the same move. This mirrors the Poplansky paradigm. 4-dimensional gravity can be presented as a constrained BF theory, where the BF type action is supplemented by simplicity constraints to recover metric geometry and propagating modes. That would be gluons. But gluons are not covered in this paper. That's much further down. In our setting, the analogy is operational. You have the dualizable core, the effects, as stated, the non-metric dependent dynamics, where all the violent, propagating degrees of freedom are, Yang-Mills terms, are implemented as controlled effects, and effect handlers must preserve symmetric monality, as this was already kind of stated above, but it bears repeating. So, okay, we get a little bit more into the QFT side here. Yeah, on QFT obligations. So following the tradition of lattice gauge theory, basically, we can interpret the sort of constructive tooling as a regulator with admissibility built in. Rather than, again, beginning with an unrestricted path integral, we start and construct a model, but this does not remove you from the obligations of quantum field theory. You are forced to recreate all of the correlations that appear. A measure of or waiting on admissible histories, positivity conditions sufficient for Hilbert space reconstruction, a non-trivial continuum limit, a spectrum of excitations, anomaly, and global symmetry data, as well as a well-defined algebra of observables. Think C-star, von Neumann, non-commutative type stuff. These are not optional. They are the tests by which you eliminate semantics that do not conform. So measure, positivity, continuum limit, spectrum, anomalies, observables, and effects. In particular, the term effect is not meant as a catch-all for every analytic or quantum field theoretic obligation. Effects are controlled operation internal to the semantic framework. Examples include, as we stated above, Wick rotation, coarse graining, measurement-induced boundary intent, readouts, renormalization, and the introduction of metric-sensitive Yang-Mills dynamics over the topological core. For example, Wick rotation may be regarded as an effect because it changes the presentation of a geometric computational history from a Lorentzian dynamical regime to a Euclidean or moduli-sensitive regime in which instanton-like sectors, compactification phenomena, or tunneling become more visible. But the legitimacy of this operation is not automatic. A Wick-rotated presentation must still satisfy the relevant reconstruction conditions, such as reflection positivity, if it is to define a Lorentzian quantum field theory. So Wick rotation may be an effect, while reflection positivity is a constraint. And while you have measurement, continuum limits, and anomalies, positivity just means you don't end up with negative probabilities. So essentially, we're not going to go into all of this, but basically this is how anomalies and continuum limit were sort of glossed over above. So I added a little bit more explanation, how it all works. Not everything is an effect. The observable algebra is not an effect. Continuum limit also has a different status. Coarse graining or renormalization may be represented by effect-like operations, but the existence of a continuum limit is a theorem to be proved, not an operation to be postulated. Anomalies occupy yet another role. In the present language, an anomaly should be viewed as an obstruction to making local symmetry gauge or gluing data globally consistent without additional boundary or higher categorical structure. So anomalies are related to failed descent defect terms or non-trivial co-cycles in the global organization of the theory. Basically, the intended architecture is as follows. You have the core geometry, the semantic data, effects, Wick rotation, quotient measurement, the consistency conditions like positivity and gauge invariance, and then the output is you have to reconstruct the Hilbert space. Remember, you're working with an infinite dimensional moduli space of tubular geometric flows. The separation is essential. The effect structure organizes the presentation regime, but it does not excuse the theory from the physical content normally supplied by quantum field theory. The goal is to reorganize where these obligations enter. So if successful, the framework does not eliminate analytic burdens, but relocating to a setting where gauge-compatible readouts allowed histories are already geometrically disciplined. Topological Lagrangians. So as stated above in the introduction to this paper is quotes Ed Witten's topological quantum field theory. If you want to sort of understand more of the history, I would suggest the lecture by Greg Moore, which I'll flash on screen after this cut, where he goes to the history of topological field theory and how Witten did topological quantum field theory as the physicalization of what Atiyah was pointing to. But Witten's paper was a bit hand-wavy in certain respects. It wasn't until sort of Atiyah and one of his grad students, Lisa Jeffrey, went back and reinterpreted it, that it became a little more closer to the topological quantum field theory that we use today, that is used today. So Atiyah-Jeffrey does not provide a full constructive apparatus sought, nor does it resolve the genuinely dynamical problems of four-dimensional Yang-Mills. Again, the bodies are buried ultimately where the measure is. The violent metric-dependent effects happen in the second-order terms. But it does provide, it does provide at least a precedent that this sort of constructive evaluator can be done. Okay, the lecture is actually, The Shape and Spaces of the Nuclear Force by Gregory Moore. And this paper, there is one citation to Moore at the very end, but there's a reason in the introduction that I said GCT is really more of a branch of physical math than mathematical physics. So, I won't get into the distinction in this paper, but it's very, my work is very heavily inspired by the sort of physical math Moore tradition. Okay, why Lagrangians appear. Local scoring, gluing, and invariance. Why do we have Lagrangians? Why does the standard model Lagrangian exist? The basic reason, and this is where I sort of would disagree with many physicists, what many physicists say about the existence of Lagrangian, is that it's a consequence of the geometry. Action principles are fundamentally a result of the computation, not the other way around. If you insist that evolution is local, composite processes are conformed by gluing, and the description is a coordinate gauge invariant, the natural notion of cost is placed into a Lagrangian form. So if you take a particular space-time region, Cobordism, what have you, we seek a functional. This is interpreted as a cost of realizing the process on M. The minimal structural requirements are locality, gluing additivity, in the sense of, this is a citation to Atiyah, where M is obtained by gluing along an interface, and you have invariance. S is invariant under relevant redundancy group. Diffeomorphisms and gauge transformations for connection value data. Under these hypotheses, the functional must be representable as an integral of a local density. Basically, the variational condition that the action is equal to 0 does not assert that nature minimizes S in a global sense. Rather, it singles out histories that are stable under first-order perturbations with fixed boundary data, yielding the Euler-Lagrange equations. This stationary principle is the natural compatibility condition between local scoring and compositional evolution, and it is the mechanism by which continuous field descriptions produce constraint equations and conservation laws. In our viewpoint, an action decomposes conceptually into a topological core and an evaluator term that penalizes the difficulty, think curvature, strain, instability, and selects physically realizable histories. This mirrors the above BF Yang-Mills split. BF type terms are first order, local, and naturally compatible. They encode kinematic constraints. Yang-Mills terms introduce metric sensitive cost for curvature and define effective dynamics. So you end up with this pair of integrals where the BF terms support gluing amenable constraints and the Yang-Mills terms act as an evaluator. So the fully fluidic and gauge regimes arise when coarser readouts of the geometry are verifiable or when dissipation/coarse graining dominates. It's important to note, finally, many effective evolutions used in modeling are not strictly Hamiltonian. This is compatible with the above. One may pass to Euclidean signature or introduce a dissipative functional so that the evolution follows a gradient-like flow. At the same time, the effective time evolution becomes a semi-group on the verifiable state space. Lagrangians arise because they are unique local gluing additive symmetry-respecting scoring rules on geometric computational processes, and the variational principle expresses stability of admissible histories under perturbation. So basically, they arise in the sort of second-order metric-dependent layer that sits atop the topological core. And this is just asymmetry of regimes. If you recall again, table 7. I don't have it. But basically, the four regimes, when you organize them in the original manner that I did, uh, yeah, based on microstate closure group, you have maximal microstates on one side, and you have this style organized by closure. You end up with this sort of asymmetry. You're not necessarily constrained to glue under U1, but in the inner regimes for discrete and fluidic, you are glued by construction, but in the gauge regime, where you're modeling the behavior of solitons, there is gauge redundancy. So after gauge fixing, field lines behave as independent modules. So independence is a gauge choice as the dynamics remain non-commutative. This is sort of my guess on how the gluing rules work. This is subject to change. But I think I'm pretty sure this is how it works. This part is a little speculative. For a complete overview of the computational cobordism hypothesis, it's in the appendix. Okay, section 4.7, psi geometric. In light of our results, how can the existence of GCMs help inform us about potential interpretations of quantum theory? As stated, this is not the main result. My attitude toward interpretations of quantum theory is they're fundamentally downstream of the geometry. I've said that the main result was the EVT trilemma, and I'm sticking to that. Frankly, I was hesitant to even do this, but the theory that we've developed is extremely rigid, and a rigid theory necessitates a rigid interpretation. We are, trying not to get stuck in the landscape here. So, not every theory of, quantum gravity necessitates a reinterpretation of quantum mechanics, but the rigidity here most definitely does. I'm not going to go very deep into this, other than the main sticking point is the PBR theorem, which says that the wave function is not merely ignorance of a particle state. In our sense, particles are literally tubular helices. I mean, they are computations happening on the base manifold that appear after coarse graining. So I will not go deep into this. If you want to go deep into this, go into the paper. The main points are this. A measurement is a Cobordism surgery in the coupled system apparatus, Helix bundle. New boundary join conditions modify the allowed horizontal lifts. Dynamically, this selects an attracting sector of the global helix geometry. Post-measurement psi is the restriction re-expression of the same ontic object to the surviving branch. No stochastic primitive is added. PBR and the status of psi denote the ontic state space of beables as such, where you have H onto M, the potential, P, holonomy, modulo linking, modulo the entire thing, gauge. Psi ontic is structural. If psi 1 and psi 2 are not related by a gauge transformation and local holonomy equivalence, then the induced pairs define disjoint subsets. Hence, distinct quantum states correspond to distinct ontic geometries, compatible with the PBR theorem. The wave function is real. Psi epistemic. A particular psi is a coordinate on a gauge equivalence class. Different observers may use different psi charts for the same lambda without altering beables. This is the core point. Summary of postulates. Physical systems are literally bundles. You have a guidance field. This is where it's sort of similar to Bohm, but similar to Bohm. But remember, there's no guiding wave and there's no point particles. Basically, you mash the particle and the wave into a single structure. So the computation is its own frame of reference, and it's also fundamentally not discrete. The winding numbers are discrete, but the underlying geometry is continuous. This is how basically you get around Lorentz invariance. The main issue then becomes, as settled, measurement. We've already covered this. Non-locality. Here's the big one. Entanglement is shared holonomy in a one global object. No signaling holds. You're not dealing with the same kind of issue that was run into where you have these sort of threads that violate Lorentz invariance. It's shared global holonomy. This gives a psi-ontic computable geometric ontology and a unified account of Aharonov bone phases, interference, and entanglement via holonomy and joint structure. And there's a bunch of other stuff with the fine structure constant. This is not the point of the paper. It can be derived later. It's not really my main concern. Summary. Psi is ontic as geometry and epistemic as description. The real thing is the bundle with the connection. Psi is a chart on that object. Probabilities arise from equivariant flow. Measurement is branching, giving a PBR-compatible interpretation of quantum theory. Closing remarks on THM4 and the role of V4. We do not identify THM4 with particular standard monoparticle families, nor do we claim that it directly realizes continuous gauge groups. Its significance is more primitive. At the kinematic level, the twin helix substrate carries two independent involutive operations. So it is the minimal non-trivial abelian group by two commuting generators. Equivalently, if one labels the four helical sectors as such, it is naturally a V4 torsor. The point is strengthened by the fact that the same algebra arises in several canonical settings. First, the one-qubit poly group modulo its scalar satisfies V4, so that V4 is precisely the phase-stripped algebra of the two independent binary flips. Second, the four Bell states form a natural V4 torsor under local poly operations. Starting from any one Bell state, the action of two commuting Z2 generators traverses the remaining three. In our setting, the relevance of V4 is not that it encodes the exact P or C symmetries of the standard model, but that it supplies the smallest non-trivial algebra in which independent binary geometric distinctions can be composed and transported. This perspective also clarifies the relation to quantum non-locality. Historically, EPR identified a genuine incompleteness in any theory separating locality and separability. Bell later showed that this package is incompatible with the observed quantum correlations. A deterministic but globally constrained theory preserves no signaling while relaxing measurement independence, so the EPR impulse toward a deeper completion survives, even though the specific locality package would, in the spirit of Bohm, yet again be abandoned. Perhaps our universe may be built from the smallest of groups, not just the richest. Okay, we're now in the appendix. The appendix is a bit long, but also important. Okay, A1. Hidden variables? It should be noted that two canonical join patterns lead to distinct geometric behaviors. So essentially what happens if you reverse the gluing maps and you glue at the apexes instead of the bases? You end up with the Dirac cone, where you have opposing helicities versus regular helicity. Basically, let A be a connection on M. If F is smooth near the annulus and B is simply connected, then there are sufficiently small loops linking the join. The holonomy class is trivial. Memory arises from distributed curvature, not from a singular core. Whereas in the reverse, if you reverse that, you then end up with non-trivial holonomy classes. Basically, this outlines, you have the twin helical manifold, and then you have the apex twin helix. And these are two, this is a clean dichotomy of joint conditions. Smooth base joints emphasize programmable transport, while singular joints emphasize conserved charges. Helicity plays two separate roles in physics. Holonomy conjugacy classes and curvature flux rigorously control both. Likewise, as illustrated in figure 5b, a plane wave traces out the type 1 in space. Why the difference? Why do photons appear as type 1 while Yang-Mills instantons appear as type 3? Okay, basically you have the type 1, which is the orb, and the type 3, which is the opposing frames. Essentially, one of these are abelian propagating waves, and there are non-abelian anti-self dual finite action events. Ultimately, it depends on what gauge group you're using. In the abelian case, holonomy abelianizes to a single phase. There's no self-interaction. There are no junctions, cones, or domain walls to pin the frame. For the non-abelian solutions, the relevant functional is the standard instanton charge. So the finite action requires compact support in Euclidean spacetime and yields a vacuum-to-vacuum cobordism. The in-out orientations appear as two lifted. The in-out orientations of the action density impose opposite normals on the two temporal phases of the event, and the lifted spin transverse frame rotates accordingly, giving the dual opposed cones. These are events, not asymptotic quanta. But what about the type 2 and type 4? What might they represent? Okay, the type 2 and type 4 are a little weird. Essentially, these are the type 2, the twisted pair, is a normal form for opposite helicity paired channels. Two transverse spin 1 excitations propagating along a common axis. This is the regime of pseudoscalar 2-gluon composites. And the copropagating twins is the normal form for same helicity copropagating events. Two aligned vector excitations whose twist data reinforce rather than cancel. This appears most directly in helical string flux tube models of QCD. There are not that many textbook examples of this. The main one is Todoranova, azimuthal ordering and QCD strings. The summary is really this. You don't need to go too deep into this. The four normal forms separate naturally into two classes. Type 1 and Type 3 are single carrier normal forms, abelian propagating waves, and non-abelian topological cobordisms. The Type 2 and Type 4 are instead dual carrier normal forms. Type 2 is cancellation dominated and therefore appears most naturally in scalar and pseudoscalar composite sectors. Type 4 is reinforcement dominated and appears in helical flux tubes, tensor channels, and same helicity pairings. In this sense, the relative scarcity of Type 2 and Type 4 in textbook particle imagery is not an objection to the classification, but a consequence of the fact that these geometries belong primarily to bound, confined, or effective sectors rather than free asymptotic quanta. And this is a chart that just sort of outlines where you'll sort of see the different helical normal forms. Question: why does nature even bother with gluing helices? Why not just use single ones? A single helix is U1 renders a gauge. With a twin, this is gauge invariant and robust. This yields the phase logic in the V4 regime for the symbolic actions. Likewise, gluing balances the torque and stabilizes the framing, so they don't sort of spin around accidentally. Essentially, the sort of regular continuous rotation about the screw axis doesn't matter. You want the symmetry you want is the regular screw axis rotation around a U1 phase. Regarding the standard model and GUTs, okay. As far as the standard model is concerned, I am not concerned with the standard model right now. The main purpose of GCFT is really bosonic geometry, and to like compute Floer and Donaldson invariance. With all due respect, dealing with the standard model at this point is completely out of scope. It's just like the way this framework is designed, you basically need a kind of fully rigorous 4-dimensional non-abelian Yang-Mills before you can really do anything even really remotely useful. So that's just how it is. But that said, We do not execute a derivation in this work, but the standard model gauge group splitting reflects distinct computational primitives: omega logic, binary orientation plus phase rotation, and chi logic, chirality, which remember is a ternary structure, left-handed, right-handed, and degenerate. This does not have to deal with spinor chirality. That is something completely different. We're not covering fermions in this paper, with one exception. Actually, two exceptions, but this is about bosons, and chirality in this case means literal geometric handedness of the geometry, not spinors. We offer this as an organizing hypothesis on how different gauge behaviors might arise. It does not constitute an observed derivation of fermions, Yukawas, Higgs. That's the claim is therefore modest. Nor does it forbid the possibility of a simple group unification at higher energies, but sort of a GUT would only be an effective symmetry. It's not. It would not be required. The claim is modest. Low energy factorization admits a natural interpretation in two distinct generators, though the full particle physics picture relies beyond scope here. Question: proof of Yang-Mills instantons being comprised of holonomic helices has so far not been confirmed. How then can we safely verify their existence? The issue is that the helical structure we posit resides in the connection. In contrast, direct observables are gauge-invariant functionals on the curvature, or holonomies. A gauge transformation can erase any purely local feature of the potential. What survives to observation are scalar densities, such as the trace, which appears as lumps, rings, or cone-like envelopes in lattice plots and experiments. The micro-handedness of the helical A thus projects to gauge-invariant envelopes rather than visible corkscrews. This is why you don't assume that something is just discrete, because the helix lives in a higher category. In order to study it, you have to work with higher gauge theory. The helical winding is a property of the fiber. Detectors in standard lattice diagnostics live on the base manifold and access only fiber invariant combinations. Projecting fiber twist onto base scalars discards the orientation data, so you end up with this rigid structure, up and down, but retains the energy and topological charge, yielding the observed dual cone profiles. Real instruments and lattice operators average over space, time, and ensembles. Without a phase-locked reference, linear twist contributions can cancel, leaving only quadratic and topological signatures. Hence, the microstructure is washed out. Many diagnostic solutions are Euclidean saddles. The helix lives in the Euclidean complexified connection. In real time, one measures its consequences, not the motion itself. As a result, the appropriate observables are actually non-local and gauge-sensitive. Wilson loop tomography, gauge-fixed diagnostics, but most importantly, analog platforms. Phase-locked probes in SU2 optical media, cold atoms running on synthetic gauge fields or superconducting circuits access non-abelian holonomy directly, providing experimental surrogates for helical transport. Summary: the helix is invisible for the same reason the vector potential is. Nature reveals only gauge-invariant aggregates non-locally and holonomy not. Gauge-invariant aggregates locally and holonomy non-locally. Helices manifest as the geometry of transport in path-ordered phases. Plots display their envelopes. To expose the helices, one must either reconstruct in a fixed gauge. Barring that, you'll need to measure holonomy via non-local probes. Okay. Psi-geometric semantics and quantum quandaries. Our program does not attempt to explain why helices behave in nature as they do. That work is best left to our colleagues in adjacent departments. Cough philosophy. Rather, it takes seriously what their behavior appears to implement, something simultaneously ordinary and also mildly unsettling. They enforce global consistency in a world that permits only local access. A useful way to read this is through the categorical perspective advocated by Baez. Yep. I think the Baez counter is up to like 6 or something at this point. John Baez is sort of the patron saint of this paper. I suggest everyone stop and read this paper. It is very important, and you'll see it cited almost constantly in most category theoretic formulations of quantum field theory. Basically, you're not working in a set. You're working in the category of cobordisms. And as a result, entanglement is best understood as the failure of factorization of an underlying glued state. Two distant systems may simply be two boundary ports of a single global geometry prepared in their common past. No superluminal signaling is implied. The observed correlations reflect shared constraints on how boundary data can be capped, compared, and recombined. Okay, the invariant content of geometric computation. A reoccurring danger in any geometric formulation of quantum theory is that the visible model may be mistaken for the invariant object. In the present setting, the twin helix should not be understood merely as a privileged shape, nor as an isolated embedded representative to be worshipped as an ontological idol. Its importance lies in the fact that it makes several otherwise separated structures visible at once: chirality, orientation, phase, winding, framing, transport, and admissible gluing. The mature invariant content of the theory must therefore be sought not in the visual helix alone, but in the quantities and structures that survive deformation, gauge change, coarse graining, and the change of presentation. I won't go into this mostly since it's just a kind of recap, but basically, as you climb the ladder, the underlying invariants that matter start very basic, but ultimately become very complicated. But the most important invariant object is the admissible gluing structure itself. The object is the natural place where local generators meet, global gluing constraints, gauge equivalence, defect data, and observable algebras meet. If such a structure can be isolated, then the helix is no longer merely a compelling mechanism. It may become a local witness of a deeper invariant law, the law governing which geometric computations may be assembled, transported, observed, and deformed without changing their physical or computational content. This is basically just a warning for people that are kind of looking at this and sort of wondering what the point is that ultimately what matters are the invariants the geometry can compute, and not the picture itself. The pictures are interesting, they're pretty, they're suggestive, and they help you put together the theory, but ultimately what matters are the invariants. Okay, Appendix 3. Higher dimensional algebra and geometric computational field theory. Right, so this is, for those of you who are in the know, you'll understand this is a riff. We'll go over the puns later, but basically, this is where the real work begins. There is no algebraic systems to really kind of control the geometry. I mean, what's been given are essentially interpretations. And I've been explicit about this. You know, in the symbolic regime, we've computed bits. And the abelian regimes, we've computed basically abelian flow. And, you know, in the higher regimes, I've constructed sort of what you might call toy models that help us understand what the geometry is doing using the available kind of tools that are out there, bundles, whatnot. But this is the difficult part. As one passes from the discrete to fluidic regimes, finite algebraic invariants lose discriminative power. Again, you're not computing bits. We use the word algebra here in a programmatic sense. Our aim is a language that unifies discrete composition, continuous flow. What is needed? This is not Well, we can go over this a little bit, but this is not the main thing I want to focus on in this section. Essentially, continuous transformation, local to global behavior, structural invariance and laws, rich morphism structure, composed fragments, express conservation and controlled changes of chirality orientation, topological charges. A minimal compositional spine is given. It is what it is. This is my interpretation. Decorate a stack of local states on an open site. In the ambient category, each open region U is assigned a local state object along with the data on overlaps and interfaces. You have pulses and flows that control the geometry. The point of the definition is to separate the compositional skeleton from the choice of local state model. Here's where things get really, really tough. The minimal semantics above should be read as a workable core and not a final synthesis. A fuller algebraic account appears to radiate outward in several tightly related directions. We shall group by function. Okay, local to global semantics. The first extension concerns how local computational states glue into global geometric configuration. Here, the natural language is that of stacks, descent, and higher gauge theory. We use a higher groupoid of local states and transports and recover global configurations via descent rather than as naive products of local coordinates. This is exactly the setting in which higher gauge theory becomes the minimal bookkeeping required for non-abelian transport, defect fusion, and feedback under gluing. From this perspective, global GCM states are not tuples of local values, but glued objects in a differential cohesive geometric semantics. Okay, so you're going to start with higher gauge theory, again, Baez and Schreiber, where you're not just tracking regular parallel transport, you're tracking higher parallel transport. Differential dynamics and update laws. The second extension concerns the internal mechanics of updates. Here, synthetic differential geometry, jet bundles, and the Cartan-Spencer formalism provide the natural language for finite order control, prolongation, and integrability. Working internally to a differential cohesive infinity topos allows vector fields, flows, infinitesimals, and differential modalities to be treated as first-class objects rather than analytic artifacts. And also this is a proposed Cobordism type theory. Yeah, I know. Yo dog, I heard you need a type theory for your types, but our aim is not to multiply formalisms for their own sake, but to isolate a setting in which update laws and defect motion can be represented as executable geometric rules rather than described informally. The third extension concerns observables and genuinely higher regimes. Once one allows defects, interfaces, and non-trivial operator insertions, ordinary bundle language quickly becomes too coarse. Again, we've used language of bundles, but it's not the most. We got to work with what we have for the time being. Here, stratified topological field theory, factorization homology, K-theory, and non-commutative geometry enter naturally. Stratified TFT organizes computations by defect type and gluing pattern. Factorization homology provides the corresponding local to global integration of observables. Possibly twisted K-theory classifies stable sectors and conserved charges, and non-commutative geometry becomes relevant when quotienting by gauge destroys any useful ordinary space of states. In the abelian subtheories, these reduce to comparatively tame flux, but in the higher regimes, they are natural repositories of the data that survive after passing to moduli and quotienting by symmetry. In other words, once the geometry is sufficiently expressive, the correct output ceases to be numbers at points but becomes stable invariants of an operator valued or defect decorated structures. Basically, this is kind of like what you're essentially doing is sort of non-commutative geometry, but without the operator algebras. It's kind of weird and sort of hard to describe, and frankly, I don't feel like I don't really want to go too deep into it in this sort of what's really just an introduction. Equivariant and Floer-type refinements. Our final extension concerns the onset of genuinely equivariant and cohomological phenomenon. The base symmetry embeds in O2, but the regime sensitive to spinorial or orientation reversing data one should lift along pin 2 to O2, and the corresponding preimage of V4 is the quaternion group Q8, pin 2, SU2. So chirality and orientation reversal are not cosmetic labels, but genuine equivariant structure. This aligns with the pin 2 equivariant viewpoint that has become central in modern Floer theory, particularly in Kyprian-Manilescu's work. Practically, the lower regime only sees the V4, but the higher regime naturally asks for the pin 2 lift. This is one reason that Floer and Donaldson type refinements appear not as optional embellishments, but as the likely endpoint of any serious attempt to extract stable computational invariance from the highest regime. If you thought this was going to be easy, I would tell you to please guess again. This is not, what I have written is not a theory of everything. This is merely an introduction to a very long project that, if you are lucky, might become a theory of everything. So yeah, if you want a theory of quantum gravity, my opinion is start studying, because this category has very broad taste. Broad, deep, but also broad. There are, of course, many further directions, but these 4 themes already indicate the scale of the task. A full algebraic description requires a synthesis beyond the reach of any single mathematician. Grothendieck famously spoke of a rising sea in which difficult problems might eventually be submerged and simplified. Yet when nature insists on phenomena such as quantum mechanics, sometimes no ocean is deep enough. To counter this, we may need to carve a new path, one with a river of flow. And this is not my opinion alone. I mean, Witten, not that he approves of what I'm doing, but he's made similar gestures that sort of fully rigorous formulations of non-perturbative Yang-Mills really require a coordinated effort. It's not a sort of solo thing. I'm not keeping this to myself. I'm very much be very happy to work with people if they have their own ideas. This is how I think it would work, but you have your own ideas. Feel free to cite me and whatever. Okay, it's at this point I have to make a somewhat unfortunate sociological disclaimer. Most physicists are not trained in this particular style of math. Higher gauge theory is not standard in the curriculum. Neither is synthetic differential geometry in jets, or non-commutative geometry, or factorization homology, or sort of Floer type kind of theory. And this is somewhat unfortunate, because many well-meaning physicists are trying to replace quantum theory. And you can see this in a very recent video from Sabine Hosenfelder. She references this article from, this was actually published in Proceedings of the Royal Society A, and it's a little unfortunate, but she and many other people have already pointed out this doesn't work. And this is not the fault of the authors. I don't know who they are, but many physicists, quite rightly, have suspected Feynman path integrals are an unnecessary complication. They are powerful, but not fundamental. And they have tried, in many ways, have made a good effort to try and compute, again, quantum amplitudes without using path integrals here. As was pointed out, and you can watch her video, this doesn't work. It's not their fault. I just think that there needs to be greater cooperation between mathematicians and physicists on this issue. Because what is really required, what is really, really required, is just not standard in the curriculum. And many physicists have often sought to, quite rightly, kind of outsource this sort of work to mathematical physicists. They view it as too detached. I'm saying the opposite. I am saying that if you want to study these structures, which are very, very geometrically complicated, you need the most abstract math. You need the most powerful math to study the most violently physical object. This is why GCT is such a weird synthesis, because you're taking something that is violently physical and you are applying some of the most abstract math to it. And this is just how physics works. As far as abstraction work goes, you need this kind of math to really get it. But it's not the most abstract math. You do not need to read all of higher topos theory to do this. As is usually the case, the sort of math that appears in the physical universe is often a lot tamer than what mathematicians dream up. We use cohomology in physics, but the kind of cohomologies you use are not the fanciest. You use non-commutative geometry in physics, but it's not the most abstract non-commutative geometry out there. Oh, there's pure math non-commutative geometry, and then there's non-commutative geometry in the standard model. The kind of math we see in the physical world is not always the most abstract. The universe's taste is broad, but it's not always deep. And I don't have anything against guys like, Gabriel Carcassi or Jacob Berendez, who are doing amazing work in their respective fields. But there needs to be efforts elsewhere in this particular style of higher gauge theory, higher stacks, to try and get these sort of new mathematical tools up and running. Again, I don't have anything against guys like Berendez, but I don't believe that we can fundamentally fix quantum theory just by coming up with new interpretations. Ultimately, I feel the fundamental solution will be from creating new math. And when you have new tools, the problems that seem difficult can become easier. This is one of the things that Professor Lurie has repeatedly emphasized to us. When definitions are correct, theorems become lemmas. So at the end of the day, you got to sit down and you got to do the geometry, and there's no other way around it. That's all there is to it. Again, a little bit of an unfortunate sociological warning on how we need to up the ante, and it's just how it is. Okay, Appendix 4, Implications for Reversible Computation. I'm not going to go deep into this. This is just a kind of, a thing that GCT opens an avenue for reversible computation. It matters for physics because microscopic physical laws are to an excellent approximation in information preserving. Classical Hamiltonian dynamics preserve phase-space volume, and quantum dynamics evolve by unitary or anti-unitary transformations. Here are some examples, more examples. Basically, everything is groupoids, and every morphism is invertible. The thing is that this is how you sort of bypass the typical cellular automata trap. It's like, it's cellular automata, but actually underneath the hood, it's actually all helices, and everything is based on groupoids. So reversibility, not too much of an issue. Okay, topological clean field theories and computational geometric Cobordisms. Miranda Peralta Gonzalez have recently introduced topological clean field theory as a smooth topological realization of classic computability. The paper, which I suggest everyone go over, is very important. Topological clean field theories is a model of computation. Basically, you use regular topological cobordisms as computers. How this works, I suggest you either watch Curt's video on the subject or read the paper. The associated reaching map recovers a partial recursive function. And unlike GCT, TKFT can be partial. We enforce totality, but they do not. So this is not necessarily guaranteed to terminate. What is relevant for the present work is that the topology of the Cobordism is not ornamental. So in topological clean field theory, the branching of the computer program is based on the branching of the actual Cobordism. So you take a control flow graph and you thicken it, and you end up with this sort of system. Our use of Cobordism is related, but conceptually distinct. The Cobordism is primarily the ambient. In TKFT, the Cobordism is primarily the ambient geometric space, which computation is routed between designated boundary components in GCT. By contrast, the computational content is carried intrinsically by the geometry itself. So we motivate the definition: a computational geometric Cobordism basically is a map from M0, M sigma 0 to M1, sigma 1 in a compact-oriented, smooth N+1 manifold W with a boundary equipped with a collar-preserving identification, together with a structure whose restriction along the collars recovers the endpoint data. Two such Cobordisms are regarded as equivalent if they are related by a boundary-fixing diffeomorphism together with an isomorphism in S. Okay, a helix as a geometric Cobordism, basically any sort of smooth chiral flow can function as a geometric Cobordism. Basically, two frameworks should be viewed as complementary rather than competing. You may prototype in TKFT and seek a geometric implementation in GCFT. Well, why does this? After this, I'm added actually a recent section. Earlier sections of this paper actually had clean as its own section. I ended up basically just gutting that and adding this section instead because it was a lot cleaner, pun not intended. Basically, how you would think of TKFT is a sort of decategorified shadow of a GCFT. The point is structural. Already shows classical partial recursive computation can be realized by smooth dynamical Cobordisms. What we're adding is not a notion of classical computability. Like I said, we're mostly not interested in bits here. We're really interested in computing Floer invariants. So it's not necessarily a different notion of classical computability, but a richer one in which local symmetries, interfaces, holonomy, gauge data, and higher compositional structure. So when you take a sort of geometric computation and you forget all of the extra structure via a sort of forgetful functor, you end up with a topological clean field theory where there's no holonomy, there's no, extra structure. You're just sort of viewing the raw bits. And that's so we define a series of, I call it a shadow functor. Probably not, maybe I might change that to something else, but by forgetting all the geometric data not visible at the level of the TKFT reaching map. So it retains the underlying manifold with boundary, but it does not retain the underlying bundle structure. In this sense, it's a kind of decategorification. That's really all you need to know for the time being, but that's just this is sort of how it is. Okay, a relationship to the Blum-Shub-Smale model. The BSS model extends classical computability from N to R by postulating a register machine whose instructions are field operations and branches on real values. It yields a rich theory of complexity over R, but with an algebraic semantics predicated on unit cost real arithmetic. Our framework is inspired but orthogonal. We retain smooth reasoning internally and execute externally over effective number systems. So it's only really used as kind of a context that. So in 1990, starting in the early 90s, a group of mathematicians, very famous ones, Leonard Blum, Philippe Kucher, Michael Schlubb, and Stephen Smale wrote Complexity in Real Computation that effectively became the sort of textbook for real complexity theory. The thing with the BSS machine, it relies on non-computable. Well, I use the word non-computable. They made real numbers computable using the machine, but basically the issue with the BSS is that it's too powerful. It basically violates the holographic principle because it allows you access to infinite information. So you can't really use it as a physically realistic model. So basically, we are going to use a little bit of higher category theory to adapt some of the issues with that. Let's C infinity denote the symmetric monoidal infinity category of smooth derived manifolds and smooth maps, equipped with the Cartesian product as its tensor product, is defined as such, and basically we take the regular BSS machine and we turn it into what is called a geometric E-infinity algebra, where you can recover the classical BSS machine by restricting to the full sub-infinity category of finite dimensional real vector spaces with polynomial maps, whose objects form discrete E-infinity algebras. We generalize this. We still have an E-infinity monoid, but now the geometry replaces uncountable real registers as the primitive data store. So you go from the BSS to geometric E-infinity algebra. It does mean there's a kind of like weird relationship between the Calabi-Yau manifold, the Blum-Shub-Smale machine, and the geometry of the helix. It's just, well, it's not entirely surprising when you consider that the BSS machine is well connected to certain results in algebraic geometry, but frankly, disentangling the entire relationship, where you have this sort of, you're behaving in this kind of maximally commutative E-infinity structure that sort of mimics parts of the BSS machine. It's really an entire other paper. This is just the definition. This shows how you avoid uncountable real registers. If you don't do this, basically you end up solving the halting problem or violating the holographic principle, which is really bad. Okay, Appendix A7 on causal fermion systems. Causal fermion systems, developed by Professor Felix Finster and collaborators, is, from the GCT perspective, the current leading attempt to rewrite the foundations of physics in a way that is geometric first and variational first, whilst treating standard quantum theory as a limiting description rather than an axiom. A brief treatment is possible now that our journey is complete. Okay, basically this is just a brief sort of overview of CFS. You start not with you start not with path integrals, but a Hilbert space of physical states, a set of self-adjoint operators, and a positive measure. Then you define space-time to be the support function. From this, you sort of do your calculations, causal relations, metric information, spin structure. And therefore, the theory is therefore equations of motion as an optimization principle on measures, not equations of motion as PDEs on a background manifold. The difference with Finster is that, unlike most people, he starts with the fermions instead of the bosons. So you end up with he ends up having to do a lot of hard math from the outset, but it does pay off. A fisherman of the Dirac Sea? Okay. At this point, you might be asking, Ben, what is with the jokes? Why are you doing this? I mean, there's literally puns everywhere. I mean, a new kind of computation, on the expressive power of physical computation, on the classification of geometric field theories, higher dimensional algebra and geometric computational field theory. I mean, I look, the point is people don't really know who I am. And this is just sort of a shibboleth of signaling I know I know how to make a good sort of pun to a kind of signal that I am a little bit out there, but not someone who doesn't know what they're talking about. For those who are not familiar with, this is a pun on an Ursula K. Le Guin novel, A Fisherman of the Inland Sea, which is one of a kind of a favorite among, physics, math types, because there are a lot of actual themes of theoretical physics in Le Guin's writing. So just a little shibboleth there. In our regime language, CFS is best read as living predominantly in the gauge band with an essential side channel into the fully fluidic band. This is precisely the hallmark of the gauge regime. Joins do not commute in general, but one attains a notion of independence after gauge fixing. The state is stored in gauge invariant aggregates rather than in raw potentials. Again, this goes back to what was said in Curvature as Computation. For a loop based at x, the parallel transport is the holonomy. Yes, this is the geometric analog of Wilson loops. The observable is the holonomy, not the potential itself. CFS is often perceived as intimidating because it is broad, and in addition, Finster is by training also a mathematician. Same broadness can be said for our own program, but as a result, the overlap is clean at the conceptual level. Space-time is derived, not assumed. In GCT, we treat the manifold as constructed from computational geometry. CFS likewise treats space-time as emergent. Physics is action and constraints at the fundamental layer. In GCT, we repeatedly encounter the principle that what matters are invariants that are stable under allowed deformations. CFS makes this explicit by encoding dynamics as a variational principle on the measure itself. Gauge invariance is not a cosmetic symmetry, it is the computational quotient. Our gauge regime is precisely the regime where the machine's actual state is not the raw configuration, as I said, but the equivalence class under gauge transformations. CFS is philosophically the same move, except made at the operator level as opposed to raw geometry. Only gauge invariant spectral aggregates are physically meaningful. Quantum formalism as an effective theory. CFS is often read as dequantizing quantum mechanics. The linear Hilbert space formalism is not the fundamental law, but a limiting description. This resonates strongly with our posture that many quote-unquote quantum features are emergent bookkeeping for geometric microstructures. A little bit of just a little comparison table here if you want to go over it. We are not going to adopt the full CFS formalism. What we can take away is the structural lesson. If you treat quantum theory as an effective linearization of a deeper geometry, the correct primitive is not wave functions on a spacetime, but a geometric substrate whose unhinged behavior looks like quantum space, Hilbert space quantum mechanics. In this sense, CFS is not a competitor, but a strong sanity check. There is already a long-running program that does many of the things we're setting out to do. This makes it a natural bridge theory between our regime picture and conventional QFT language. Okay, Appendix 8, the computational Cobordism hypothesis. I'm starting to lose my voice, so I will not go into this in a huge amount of depth. Basically, this is just sort of defining the ambient category where everything lives. There's a faithful, forgetful functor. To man, we suppress set theoretic side issue that set theoretic size issues. All categories are essentially small. Again, the choice models parallel composition of independent systems, as stated above. Other monoidal products can be introduced when needed but are not required for the present development. We're going to use a differential cohesive infinity topos. This is basically the kind of math you find on the NLab. This is where sort of modern synthetic differential geometry does its work. We define a functor. This is for, again, as above, a left exact symmetric monoidal extraction from gauge invariant functionals to computable readouts. The overall pipeline is thus this. You have all the standard modalities. And the main thing to take note of here is conjecture, the computational Cobordism hypothesis. Let ESM plus be the ambient category and EGCM be a topos. There's a classification principle such that symmetric monoidal functors, Z from the category of stratified Bordisms to EGCM. Geometric field theories are in natural bijection with choices of fully dualizable decorated objects associated to M stratified in a suitable symmetric monoidal infinity 1 completion of ESM plus. Moreover, when S is trivial and the decorations factor through the fundamental groupoid, this reduces to the corresponding case of the once extended bias-Dolan Cobordism hypothesis. Basically, if the decoration D factors through the fundamental group and groupoid, and S is discrete, then Z specializes to a finite group topological quantum field theory. If S carries discontinuous abelian data, it gives an abelian gauge-like semantics. Non-abelian S interpolates to gauge-type models. Here's a little bit of an example. Again, it's a little rough algebraically. I don't have everything, but you sort of get the gist on a kind of pretty typical U1 valued cocycle. Here are your loops given a trivial Bordism with a helical embedding. The boundary components are S1 times 0 and S times 1, S1 times 1. Along a loop at a fixed radius, define a local angular phase gate omega. Thus, the decoration assigns D of gamma equals to U of R chi. And two loops with the same homotopy class but different radii may yield different results. Hence, the outcome depends on geometric control, not the bare fundamental group, while computation remains abelian. A geometric field theory sends the boundary circle to an object and a decorated cylinder to a morphism, Z of W, which in this example acts by multiplication, U of R on the appropriate component. When omega is constant and chi is trivial, D factors through the fundamental groupoid, and Z reduces to finite group semantics. And that's, we'll finish up now. That's all the paper is. That's all she wrote. And we'll go on to the final disclaimers. Okay, we're now at sort of the final disclaimers. Frankly, the paper itself is written in such a way that it is, as you may have seen, very, very difficult to swallow. This was done on purpose. Helices and spirals have a unfortunate tendency to attract, sacred geometry cranks. So I have laced the paper with very, very difficult to swallow mathematics and a very, very difficult to swallow warning about trying to design perfect systems of computation. That should be enough to scare off most potential cranks, but never hurts to be careful. Paper does not challenge the empirical validity of a QFT standard model as such. Its purpose is to investigate whether computational structures underlying gauge theory can be reformulated in terms of pre-quantum geometry. Our work is best viewed as a candidate semantics for organizing known physical structures rather than a competing phenomenological theory. And this basically just distinguishes the difference between GCT, GFT, and GCFT. I myself have not been too careful about separating them out. I may have to go back and sort of rework certain parts of the paper to sort of conform to my own classification, but basically broad umbrella research. Yeah, there are connections to number theory as well, as crazy as it sounds. Assuming the underlying manifold is real. Geometric field theory, essentially A topological quantum field theory may be viewed as a special case of a GFT in which metric dependence is absent or suppressed, and GCFT is the total formalism developed within GCT, which corresponds to boundaries as types, terms, and all that stuff. These notions shall satisfy the schematic inclusion, and authors note on naming conventions if the twin helix manifold described here ultimately proves to be of some lasting foundational significance, it would be preferred that it not be given an eponymous name. Preference is not intended as a rejection of historical naming conventions, but it reflects the view that geometric objects are better served by descriptive terminology rather than personal attribution. This is in context to theorems, conjectures, hypotheses, and lemmas, which would be more appropriate. I mean, if you want to say the Kaminsky-Cobordism computational Cobordism hypothesis, that would be okay, but I don't think we need to name this after anybody. Still, the emphasis of this paper is not on personal legacy, but the development of GCT and its physical mathematical consequences. Likewise, the author must disclose he is not a classically trained physicist and would be inappropriate to identify him in this manner. The best term of description would be physical mathematician and/or computer scientist. Also, I'm trusting ChatGPT on the experiments. It is what it is. The final reference in this paper is to a paper by Greg Moore, Physical Mathematics in the Future, which I suggest you would sit down and at least read the introduction to it. You don't need to read the entire overview. It's a bit much to swallow, given that this paper has over 400 references. But, this paper is written in the style of the kind of physical mathematics tradition. If you read Moore's work, you'll kind of understand what it's getting at. At this point, I have to I'll answer some final questions about what exactly we should even do. Okay, it's at this point I have to issue the sort of final disclaimer. I've submitted this to a journal about a month ago. Haven't heard back yet, so we'll see. But I want to say this boot has not been peer-reviewed. That's just how it is. It'll probably take, anywhere from a year to another 2 years to actually get it published. But the contest is running now, and I'm out of time, and I have to share the results. This is my interpretation of the Cobordism hypothesis. You do not have to agree with it. If you want to come up with your own fully dualizable object in an infinity n category, I encourage you to do so and to try and create your own realization of the Cobordism hypothesis. The Cobordism hypothesis just says how you assign data is determined at a single point, and this is how I'm choosing to assign data. You can choose to assign data in your own way. As far as quantum theory goes, as I said, am not a physicist. I did not approach this because I particularly cared about the standard model. The main focus here was sort of try and invent new models of computation, applications to non-perturbative Yang mills. As far as quantum theory is concerned, it is what it is, but the main application here is really non-perturbative field theory. As far as quantum field theory goes, I'm not against quantum field theory. You have to understand something about QFT, is that when QFT was developed, none of this existed. There was no category theory, not in at least usable physical form. There was no Cobordism hypothesis. There was no topological quantum field theory. There was no higher gauge theory. And in that sense, QFT needs to be viewed as a product of its time. What else were people going to do? They made do with the tools that they had, and they created a really effective theory. And I think we have better tools, and we can potentially try to do something a little more outside the box. I'm not the only one who thinks this. For what it's worth, Sabine Hosenfelder, who will probably not exactly like the style of math that I'm promoting, maybe not, I don't know, I don't claim to speak for her, has repeatedly gone on record as saying that as far as fundamental theories go, there's no reason to suspect that any sort of fundamental theory of physical computation has to be particularly quantum. There's no reason to suspect that the universe really should be fundamentally discrete. And my bet is that the universe is fundamentally not discrete because the underlying observables exist inside of a higher category, not a regular one category. There is, of course, also the ethical question. Is it right to rip away the mystery? Is it right to expose the machine that governs all of this behavior? Part of me would say no, and part of me would say yes. There is no plan on how to deal with actually inventing a fundamental theory of physical computation, and there is no plan on how to write such a paper. As far as the mystique of quantum theory goes, I will say that, frankly, it just isn't what it used to be. These days, faith in quantum field theory has declined significantly. You need only look to the rise of certain podcasters to see where the public sentiment could possibly end up going. My bet is that it's better to simply rip away the curtain and look at the truth rather than potentially continuing to gamble on this sort of Hilbert space mechanics. As part of an ending note, I want to say this. I approach the problem less as a particle physicist and more as a physical mathematician, someone who's primarily interested in the geometry of the Standard Model. My concern was not to improve perturbative calculations, any sort of collider prediction, or to replace the extraordinary empirical machinery of quantum field theory. GCFT is not exactly a formalism you would use in your day-to-day perturbative calculations. It is a very hardcore approach that is in many ways kind of a last resort. And the questions I asked was more structural. Why exactly this geometry? Why this curvature? Why chirality? Why this gauge group? I was interested in the geometry that made the Standard Model possible. The distinction matters because quantum field theory is not sort of a floating set of calculations. It's a very rigid mathematical object that shows up in many different areas of mathematics. And it is still in many ways not well understood. People need to understand that quantum field theory is not just a bunch of equations made up by physicists. It exists as an independent geometric object on its own. And mathematicians working completely independently of particle physics have come across it as a structure. The problem is not that QFT is illegitimate, but it is a powerful hybrid language whose calculations often run ahead of its foundations. It mixes together geometry, analysis, probability, representation theory, gauge symmetry, and category theory in ways that clearly work, but whose ultimate mathematical home remains unsettled. Our approach is to treat quantum field theory as a kind of partially formalized shadow of a deeper geometric structure. We don't begin with fields, we start out with data. Bundles, connections, gluing, holonomy, and readout. And my goal is not to overthrow QFT, to ask if we can actually finally formalize it in a more constructive way. I want to end with a quote from interview of Frederick Schuller.
Who's anybody to say? I think that's the good thing about science, that everybody can and should do what they think is right. And it is enough if one of us at some point is right about something, and that's progress. It's less personal than we often take it. No, of course, yeah, we all want to win a Nobel Prize.
Things are subject to change, but as of now, this is how it stands. All right, that will be it. Good luck, and please take care of yourself.